Participants are waiting in the lobby. To admit all participants in the lobby, press *21.
Okay, everybody, it's nice to see you all here today. It's exactly 6 o'clock, so we're going to get started. We apologize for the clocks on the wall that say 7, but it actually is 6. So this is the Encinitas City Council meeting. It is Wednesday, November 10, 2021 at 6 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, let the record show that all members are present.
Okay, thank you. And I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. The first item we have is a special presentation. So this is a presentation by author Rachel Brubacher. Regarding her book, Miles Minor Kellogg and the Encinitas Boathouses. So go ahead. I think so. Just maybe lean forward a little bit. Is there a green light on? It's at the bottom. You just press it.
Here.
Green. What? Yeah, just talking.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members, and thank you for providing me with this opportunity to share with you a little about my newly released book, Miles Minor Kellogg and the Encinitas Boathouses. It would be a tremendous understatement to say that I find it strange to be standing here today addressing the City Council of Encinitas, or for that matter, to be an Encinitas at all, let alone to have written a book about Encinitas' most famous landmarks, the boathouses on 3rd Street, and the fascinating and hitherto untold story behind their construction nearly a century ago in the 1920s. I am not local or even from the West Coast. In fact, until 5 years ago, I had never even set foot in California. My family has a long history in San Diego County, though. 4 generations, beginning with Miles Minor Kellogg, my great-great-grandfather, lived and thrived here, 3 in Encinitas itself. And my mother used to tell her children about her Southern California childhood. Growing up, my brother and I would marvel at the sound of names like Encinitas and Escondido. Back east, Spanish was seldom heard, so the names of these places sounded odd to us. We thought of them as make-believe, like nonsense words from fairy tales or nursery rhymes. This all changed, though, in 2016, when I accompanied my mother on a trip west to attend her high school reunion. While we were in San Diego, she expressed an interest in visiting the boathouses that her great-great-grandfather had built up the coast in one of those strange-sounding places I had heard about growing up, Encinitas. It was nearing dusk when we turned off Highway 101 and then onto 3rd Street. The long, traffic-filled ride had made me drowsy, but when we pulled up in front of the boathouses, I was ready to clamber out of the car with everyone else to snap a few photos. I was impressed. The boathouses were much larger than I had envisioned. In fact, they were enormous, and positioned as they are on a rise, they looked as though they were going to bear down on us any minute. I was only disappointed that we couldn't take a look inside. It still took a little while, though, before I came to think of the boathouses as anything more than architectural oddities. What finally changed was inheriting the vast Kellogg family archive a few years ago. My grandmother, Miles Minor Kellogg's granddaughter, had grown up in Encinitas and was a passionate genealogist and family historian. And her Aunt Vera, Miles' daughter and the self-appointed custodian of the Kellogg family treasures, had bequeathed her an impressive collection of old papers, photographs, inventions, artwork, and other memorabilia, which in turn came to me. Just what a fascinating and rich history lay within this archive, I had no way of knowing when I first started sifting through these materials. My grandmother's effects had gotten hopelessly mixed up over the years, and making sense of the random piles of meticulously labeled old portraits and snapshots, scraps of paper on which she had jotted notes from conversations with her many aunts and uncles, and most importantly, a number of written and oral family histories presented a daunting challenge. Especially as most of the names that I came across were so unfamiliar. In one oral history, my great-granduncle, Miles Justice Kellogg, who was a teenager, had grudgingly helped his father build the boathouses, rattled off a series of strange, made-up sounding names, like La Paloma. I spelled it Loppa, Loma, Leucadia, and La Jolla. I had no idea what he was talking about. He mentioned his sister Dorothy's playmate, Catherine Cousins, Paul Ecke, whose original hothouses he helped to build, and also Lillian Rice, whom he praised as one of the finest architects he had ever had the pleasure to work for. Besides that were colorful stories about members of many of the original families of Encinitas: Hammond, Cousins, Lauer, Roop, Coutts, Wiegand, Lienhart, and Lux, to name but a few. Gradually, though, as I went over these stories and photos again and again, a picture began to form in my mind, until I felt quite uncannily as if I had accompanied my great-great-grandfather on his cross-country, rags to riches to rags odyssey from his early years growing up along the shores of Lake Michigan, through his career building and proselytizing in rural Minnesota, to Boulder, Colorado, where he spent a decade building many of the houses that today grace that city's historic districts and sell for millions, to his 5 dismal years homesteading in Wyoming, and finally, to sunny Encinitas. Miles was, if nothing else, a man of action, and Encinitas immediately began to feel the impact of his presence, almost from the moment of his arrival in town in the mid-1910s. Within a few years, Encinitas began quite literally to take on a new shape, and Miles, as one of the region's key builders, might reasonably be credited with building up commercial downtown Encinitas as we know it today. Early on, Miles purchased the historic Hammond Hotel, built by pioneer settler E.G. Hammond in the 1880s on the northeastern corner of Highway 101 and E Street, approximately where the Baked Bear now operates. The hotel doubled as the Kellogg family's residence and as Miles' primary place of work. About a decade later, in 1927, he built a small stucco strip mall onto the back of the hotel. This strip mall included Al's Barbershop, whose original barber chair is today on permanent display at the San Dieguito Heritage Museum. On another lot beside the hotel, Miles also built Encinitas' first silent movie theater. It operated until the La Paloma opened in 1928 and ran it out of business. After this, Miles turned the theater into a cafe. And this construction was only along 101. Still visible on D Street is what is known as the Roop Building. Originally a dry goods store that Miles built in the late 1920s for his friend James Roop, the Roop Building is recognizable by its signature Art Deco facade that was so fashionable at the time. Today, the facade adorns the exterior of the eatery Urban Sea. Besides his commercial projects, Miles owned about 3 blocks between E and G Streets. These he built up with houses, including the boathouses in 1929. At one point, he was renting out as many as 20 houses on these blocks. Such hard work paid off. By the late 1920s, Encinitas had boomed into a bustling modern city, almost unrecognizable from its humble beginnings as an insignificant, sleepy little coastal town. What made Miles' contributions to modern Encinitas all the more noteworthy is the fact that, in building up the town, he recycled materials on a scale that prefigured 21st century initiatives. Aside from Encinitas' namesake scrub oaks, there was a dearth of indigenous trees here, and before Miles founded his lumberyard, any wood for building had to be shipped up from San Diego. But Miles also personally took pains to use every piece of wood as thriftily as possible. To cite but 2 examples, to build his movie theater, he used materials that he tore off the top story of the Hammond Hotel. More famously, to build the boathouses, he repurposed materials from the demolished Moonlight Beach Dance Pavilion and attached bathhouse. Much more could be said about Miles and about his boathouses, and I have said most of it in the book. How his early years spent growing up on the Great Lakes and working as a wheelsman and ship's carpenter, and a once-in-a-lifetime invitation to join a band of missionaries to the Caribbean inspired him decades later to build his iconic boathouses. But since it is Miles himself who brought me here today, it seems only right that I should close with a few personal remarks about him and the non-material impact that he had on his adopted community. What I admire most about my great-great-grandfather has less to do with the countless buildings that he erected over the course of his lifetime. It has more to do with his character. I cannot, in all honesty, say that I would necessarily look forward to meeting him in person. Miles was, as is made plain in the book, a genius. And like many geniuses, he was a mass of contradictions. He was deeply religious and yet had a famously fiery temper and a colorful and very expressive vocabulary that often got the best of him. Nevertheless, he undeniably got his priorities straight. Miles was scrupulously honest and held others to the same high standards that he set for himself. Encinitas, back in those early days, was a very closely knit community, and everyone had to work together to get along, even to survive. Not everyone pulled their weight, though, and Miles' experiences with dishonest neighbors often left him feeling disappointed and disillusioned with the world. But he did not feel that such betrayals of his trust gave him license to go and do likewise. Rather, he continued to give to his community and to make generous loans to friends and neighbors who found themselves in need, including to his neighbor Sid Chaplin, the older brother of Charlie Chaplin, who lived just down the street from the new residence that Miles built for himself and his family on 2nd Street. At a memorial that was held years ago for one of Miles' daughters, someone thanked her for having taught her, by example, that people are more important than things. This was indisputably a family trait. Miles was the sort of person who preferred to invest in a man, or a woman, rather than in a piece of new equipment to improve one of his own many businesses or to add to his ever-burgeoning real estate holdings. To serve others, the Kellogg's believed, was to serve God. There are many ways that I could sum up Miles Minor Kellogg's life and legacy, but I think it would be most appropriate to quote the words of a woman whom Miles and his family respected highly. These words are now well over a century old, but they reflect perfectly his character and philosophy of life. The greatest want of the world is the want of men. Men who will not be bought or sold, men who in their inmost souls are true and honest, men who do not fear to call sin by its right name, men whose conscience is as true to duty as the needle to the pole, men who will stand for the right though the heavens fall. But such a character is not the result of accident. It is not due to special favors or endowments of providence. A noble character is the result of self-discipline, of the subjection of the lower to the higher nature, the surrender of self for the service of love to God and man. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Carolyn. That was all very interesting, and thank you for the great pictures. Next, we have oral communications. How many oral communications do we have?
Yes, Mayor, we have 7.
Okay. So you will have 3 minutes, and she'll call your name, and feel free to come up to the podium.
The first 3 speakers are Dean Turney, then Kelly McCormick, and then Jerry-Ann Kessler.
Dean Turney, Leucadia. Proposition A, our local initiative, gave Encinitas residents the right to vote on all local zoning increases in density and height. This council and the state have been very actively attempting to remove this constitutional right. We have the results of their actions on the agenda tonight. To meet state law for the current housing cycle, this council will be requiring Encinitas to build 27 more Goodson projects somewhere in our neighborhoods. This council has declared war on single-family neighborhoods by not opposing SB 9 and SB 10. SB 9 and 10 state laws will displace those with less means from our neighborhoods. They are handing our communities over to developers to do with them as they desire. They have called us racist because we live in single-family homes. They have called us racist because we seek more affordable units in these monstrosities. The few affordable units they have required in density bonus projects have been sold at a fraction of their worth. around 100,000 each to LLC corporations, blocking affordable home ownership to families and others in need. Now, the good news. The Our Neighborhood Voices Initiative, this is a statewide initiative that will restore all local zoning and land use control back to local governments where it belongs. We, the voters of Encinitas, will decide if, when, and where we need or want 24/7 more Goodsons, not some council, state agency, or developer. Thanks to our Proposition A, we could just say no. The Our Neighbor Voices Initiative will remove the current council's excuses. Their hands are tied by state law. The state's and the council's hands will be tied by Encinitas voters. They will be forced to listen to the voices of Encinitas by the initiative and our Proposition A. Our Neighborhood Voices Initiative will apply to the whole state. Anyone willing to help qualify this initiative for the November 22nd, 2022 ballot should contact us. You can contribute to the success of this initiative by signing the petition, promoting others to sign the petition, joining the volunteers carrying the petition, contribute money, and voting for its passage next November. We can stop the affordable housing sham. Vote in November. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth, tobacco, alcohol, and drug prevention. I would like to share a study published this week in the Journal of the American Medical Association, which found that pregnant women in the U.S. who were heavy marijuana users had a much higher prevalence of poor medical and psychiatric outcomes compared to pregnant women who did not report such use. The study included data on nearly 21 million prenatal hospitalizations, with 1.2% involving women with cannabis use disorder, characterized by heavy, frequent use of the drug. Women who were heavy users had a significantly higher prevalence of almost every medical and psychiatric outcome examined in the study, including depression, anxiety, and nausea. Researchers also found the prevalence of cannabis use disorder among pregnant women increased by 150% in 8 years. Studies like these underscore the need to educate all women of reproductive age on the adverse impacts marijuana use can have on both their health and the health of their infants. In the words of epidemiologist Sharif Moore, there is an urgent need for policymakers to regulate marijuana packaging and advertising to deter from false notions that marijuana is safe for use during pregnancy or while breastfeeding. As the city moves forward with the implementation of Measure H, I respectfully ask that you take note of Dr. Moore's recommendations regarding packaging, advertising, and education for both the sellers of retail marijuana and for the public. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering, the city has gotten some legal advice on branding and packaging. And Kelly speaks on behalf of herself and also the San Diego for Drug Free Alliance. I'm wondering if we can share information with them, at least have a conversation with this group about what we've heard so far about our ability to regulate branding and packaging.
Yes, I put together a confidential memo, and I mentioned to you, and I can say to the public, that certainly we can put out a lot of information in that memo. Some of it we can't because it's fact specific on some other items. But yes, we can put together something ahead of the agenda item if that's what the council would like.
Or maybe even do that and even meet with the group to talk with them, and maybe there's some ideas that can flow back and forth and things that we can do.
The council's amenable with that. I mean, that's fine. Okay.
Am I up? I am taking a pause on speaking about the environmental nightmare Staver project on Melba Road that is slated to take down a mature grove of Torrey pines plus 176 other trees, in addition to 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo a beautiful historical home built in 1938, all based on the ill-advised AB 2345 density bonus bill. I listened to the Traffic Commission meeting on Monday, and the residents that live behind TJ Maxx are under siege from the riffraff that continues to park on their street, do drugs, drink alcohol in their cars, litter, and vandalize the residents' home in the area for over a year and a half now. I don't get why hasn't the safety of these longtime residents been addressed. They live a block away from the Encinitas Sheriff's Department. The residents seem to think it's the Encinitas Resort Apartments that is directly across from them that has new management and charges extra fees for additional parking vehicles on the property. It was very heart-wrenching to hear a young mom of 2 crying and pleading her case, and then an 82-year-old man speak about how dangerous they experience on a daily basis with the possibility of the dangers that they experience and the possibility of retribution when they report it. It was extremely unsettling. I encourage everyone to listen to the public comments from this meeting. The apartment projects going in on Encinitas Boulevard and Santa Fe and all over, as well as the potential Staver density bonus nightmare project, includes requests for waivers on parking and street width. Parking will be an issue here and all over town unless the city acts swiftly and makes sure all future projects accommodate all residents, including parking spaces for extra vehicles, or they will shove them into other neighborhoods, destroying the existing quality of life. As a traffic commissioner Brian said during that meeting, this is a human scale or decency issue that neighbors are dealing with. These new density bonus projects have unintended consequences that no one has even thought about or addressed in these city planning meetings that I have been to. The way that Scripps Encinitas Hospital approached new buildings should be the gold standard when building an Encinitas. They considered the surrounding community and had multiple meetings with the community to let them know the progress on everything. And they took the advice of the planning committee respectfully. I hope these future projects will be looked more closely and think about these long-time tax-paying residents that will be impacted the most. Thank you for listening.
The next 3 speakers are Mark Wilcox, then Lillian Grace, and then Trina Priest.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Wilcox. I would like to share with you my concern regarding problems that I hope don't happen here in Encinitas. First, the situation in nearby Sorrento Valley, where the 4th of 4 marijuana storefronts is opening near a multitude of youth-sensitive businesses over multiple objections by parents and nearby businesses. Each of these 4 marijuana storefronts have brought their own problems. They are the source of large billboards on I-5, the sponsor of slick postcards to Encinitas citizens indicating their bargains for the week, and the sale of branded merchandise that students from the local high schools are wearing to class. This last situation has been created by the 4th marijuana storefront, unapologetically named Cookies. A second concern is that in the San Diego Planning Department, there are designated staff members that handle the marijuana business applications. The Torrey Pines Planning Group worked with a specific city staff member over these last 5 years as they opposed all 4 Sorrento Valley marijuana storefronts, to no avail. The planning group members and other concerned citizens found out last week that somewhat tangentially, that one of the planning department longtime specialists in handling marijuana applicants had left the city's employ and was now working for the marijuana industry. Clearly, I'm not suggesting that this person would have been predisposed to work in a biased manner on marijuana business applications while entertaining the job offer to work for the marijuana businesses. However, this illustrates one of the huge problems for cities who undergo permitting marijuana businesses. There is a lot of money involved. Some of this money becomes too enticing. Over the weekend, the LA Times lead story was entitled, "SoCal Officials Are Focus of Federal Probe on Pot Licensing." The story goes on to describe the FBI involvement in this unraveling situation. Encinitas citizens certainly hope that good city council and city manager oversight and forensic bookkeeping will go on throughout all the processes involved in marijuana business applications and oversight to protect youth, neighborhoods, nearby business, residents, and the city. Our community wants these policies in place. Thank you.
Hi, I am Lillian Grace, and I'm a junior in high school. I volunteer in 2 Study Buddy programs sponsored by San Diego Alliance. Study Buddies is an after-school program that pairs elementary school students with high school students. We help them with their homework and act as mentors. Study Buddy participants make a pledge to be alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and drug-free as part of their applications. Teens appreciate that you support the Youth Commission's recommendation to ban flavored tobacco products for smoking and vaping in Encinitas. There's a campaign in California called Flavors Hook Teens. One of their website graphics say, the tobacco industry has a kids menu. The tobacco industry uses fun flavors and tech devices to hook kids on nicotine and marijuana. Why kids? A developing brain is easier to addict. Now, international tobacco companies are buying into marijuana companies so their marketing strategies will merge. Candy flavors are used to increase the appeal of vapes of high-potency THC while also making them seem less dangerous. Teens like myself hope that you will add flavored marijuana products to the city's ban. Adding flavored marijuana products to the city's ban on flavored tobacco products will be a win for public health and safety. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Blake Spear and City Council. My name is Trina Priest. I'm a middle school teacher, and I've spoken here before regarding what we're seeing with our students' mental health needs. Recently, a KPBS feature reported that at Rady Children's Hospital, officials are reporting a 25% increase in mental health visits to their emergency room. Willow Jenkins, a child psychiatrist and inpatient medical director at Rady's, reported, quote, even before the pandemic, mental health was in a crisis for youth. Our numbers have been going up every single year. So I don't see this going down. Rady's has a 24-bed inpatient mental health unit, which has been full. During the pandemic, a new psychiatric emergency room called the Copley Psychiatric Emergency Department had to be opened. For those who are on the front line of students' mental health, we need to underscore the role that marijuana plays in exacerbating mental health. With Measure H underway, beware of the negative impact that marijuana storefronts will have on youth, promoting and normalizing its youth. The vetting process for marijuana applicants is going to matter very significantly. Reviewing the language of Measure H, there seems to be room for 2 items. Number 1, the application procedure should require that the property owner or management renting to marijuana businesses will let other tenants on their property know that their property will have a marijuana business operating on the premises. It is important that pre-existing businesses aren't duped or harmed. Number 2, the city should notify nearby businesses and residences that a marijuana application is in process. I thank you for your consideration because avoiding a botched notification process is one of the most important decisions that this city's application procedure can do. Thank you for your time.
And the last speaker for oral communications is Cindy Cremona.
Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Cindy Cremona. I reside in Leucadia. The politicians in Sacramento have taken away our voice to speak out on land use decisions in our own cities and neighborhoods. This week, a citizens' initiative, Our Neighborhood Voices, launched a grassroots statewide petition drive to place an initiative on the November 2022 ballot to restore a neighborhood voice to local land planning decisions by reversing Sacramento housing laws. In the past several years, Sacramento politicians have passed numerous laws that take away the ability of local communities to make thoughtful planning decisions. These laws are denying Californians the right to speak out in a meaningful way when developers are damaging and gentrifying their neighborhoods. These new laws allow developers to build large, multifamily buildings next door to single-family homes without local approval, without community input, and without any new contributions to fund transit, schools, parks, roads, public safety, or other services. Does that sound familiar? The new state laws allow developers to build expensive new housing without requiring any units to be reserved for affordable housing and with zero contributions to affordable housing programs. The Our Neighborhood Voices initiative will restore local planning input and the ability of residents to speak out about what is happening next door to their homes and apartments. The growing coalition of local leaders and neighborhood groups dedicated to preserving a neighborhood voice in city planning have begun to collect signatures to qualify a statewide ballot measure that restores California residents' voice in community decisions versus new state laws that give for-profit developers a blank check to build in single-family neighborhoods without community input or any contributions to fund local services or affordable housing. The measure will protect a community's ability to shape local growth, preserve the character of neighborhoods, and require developers to produce more affordable housing and contribute to the costs associated with new housing. You can get involved by signing the petition, donating, and volunteering. Please visit ourneighborhoodvoices.com or reach out to me directly for information on how to become a part of the solution to getting back to local control. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have our report from closed session.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council, members of the public. Reporting out on 2 closed sessions, the first of which was a special closed session held on November 3rd. We didn't report out at that time because there was no open session meeting following that, so there would have been nobody to hear that report out. So we're doing it tonight. And at that closed session, there were 2 items listed. One was real property negotiation regarding 2951 Manchester Avenue in Encinitas. That matter was not heard and it went off calendar. The other item was significant exposure to litigation, and the City Council met with City Attorney's office as well as special counsel to discuss a matter of significant exposure to litigation, and there are no reportable actions following that discussion. All members were present at that closed session. The next closed session was this evening. There was 1 matter, significant exposure to litigation on 1 matter. All members were present, and there are no reportable action following that discussion today. And that concludes my report out for those 2 closed sessions.
Okay, thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any changes to the posted agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda.
Okay, thank you. So Council, you have in front of you items 8A through 8F. Are any of those items pulled?
No items have been pulled tonight.
Okay.
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Hold on. Okay, is it showing? Oh, start voting, sorry. Councilmember
Yeah, I'm
Lindsay?
not sure I've got the right screen showing.
Hit the top button.
This one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Let the record show the vote is unanimous in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're on to our first action item, which I think is what you're all here for. So this is item 10A, a continued public hearing to consider 2 timely filed appeals of the Planning Commission's denial. So first we will have, these are the procedures. We'll have a staff report given first, and then council will disclose any other information, and we'll have preliminary questions. Then we'll open the limited public hearing. The appellants will go first for 5 minutes each. That's Randy Goodson is the applicant, and then ERRD. Then we'll have public speakers who are limited to items in the updated staff report. Then we'll have rebuttal by the applicant and the appellant for 5 minutes. rebuttal by appellant for 5 minutes, staff clarification, close the public hearing, and then council discussion and action. So first, we'll start with the staff report, if you're ready for that.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Anna Kolomusi, Planning Manager. Giving a quick background, the item was heard by City Council on October 13th, 2021, where you all received a staff report, appellant presentations, and public testimony. The council deliberated and asked staff to return with information regarding 2 items listed here. One was related to wildfire evacuation, and specifically the fire department's evaluation of the Charles Weber report and the fire department's description of their fire analysis throughout the review process. The second item was related to the status of Rancho Santa Fe Road easement. And first, we're going to go ahead and start off the presentation by Fire Chief Mike Stein.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. My name is Mike Stein, your Fire Chief. I'm here to, if you can go ahead and next slide. I'm here tonight to for 2 things. Tonight's objectives will be to provide analysis and feedback on the 2 fire consultant reports presented by ERRD, and also to provide the fire department's analysis on the Goodson project as it relates to fire safety. My overall analysis on the 2 reports by the fire consultant is that they were very comprehensive reports. I'm going to limit, or my analysis will be at a kind of a high level. I'm going to try not to get into the weeds tonight. But if you ask questions about independent things, I'll be able to answer that. Again, the reports were comprehensive. They specifically, they specifically had a lot of good detailed information in terms of fuels, topography, and history of the area. However, they did have some drawbacks as well. One of the first things I want to talk about is that these reports were kind of done in a vacuum. They were done without any fire department input on the analysis of the reports. You'll see on the screen now there are 3 findings in the Weber reports that if the fire consultant contacted the fire department for additional information, we could have provided where the information was located, what plans this particular information was in, or where the hired consultant can find the various data points, and eliminate a lot of the findings that were in both reports. In addition to these 3, there were more, and I'm not going to get into all of them, but I will point out 3 important ones that were identified as findings in the report. One was that there is no standards in terms of electric gates in the community, and that's false. This body, the council, about 1 or 2 years ago, actually adopted an ordinance where any electric gates in our community needs to either have a battery backup or a manual pull switch to automatically get out of that electric gate. Additionally, there were other findings in the report, specifically that there are no temporary evacuation points that were identified, nor emergency shelters that are identified in the community. And that's just not accurate. We have those, and they are in other planning documents that we have at the fire department. Unfortunately, what this does is this kind of rings the bell of an alarm and starts the narrative that the fire department has done insufficient planning in terms of wildfire preparedness and mitigation efforts in the community, and that's just simply not right. Tonight, I'm going to direct my analysis in these 3 areas: fire modeling, roadway capacity, and evacuation route assumptions. In any scientific analysis, you got to be really careful on your inputs and your assumptions. That really skews the data if you don't use accurate inputs and assumptions. It doesn't matter what the scientific analysis is, and fire modeling is one of them. If you use inaccurate assumptions and inputs, you're going to get inaccurate data on the output. So, again, this is very alarming. And when the report states that it will take north of 11 hours to evacuate that community, that's alarming. That's alarming for me, that's alarming for my staff, and rightfully so, it's alarming to the community when they see that number. Additionally, the fire model assumes that the fire is going to move through the suburban and urban areas just as quickly as it does the vegetation, and that's just simply not the case. The first issue with fire modeling is that the hired consultant assumes various timelines of fire front arrival based on his modeling, predominantly using the Behave Plus modeling system. That's called Behave Plus. It's in the report. Current predictive models are not designed to calculate fire spread rates in the built environment. Therefore, the fire department disputes the analysis that, quote, computerized fire modeling indicates that flame fronts of foreseeable wildfire events in the area can impact the critical intersection of Rancho Santa Fe Road and Encinitas Boulevard approximately 1 hour after ignition, end quote. That's an alarming scenario. I don't want to be there, and none of us want to be there. That's a very alarming scenario. I'm not aware of any fire modeling program that can do that. The hired consultant, as you can see on the screen, also agrees with me, as I was sent this email after my analysis was published in the agenda report on Monday. Okay, thank you. In fact, the Behave modeling software that the hired consultant used was developed by the U.S. Forest Service. And in speaking with the contact there regarding Behave Plus at the Forest Service, Faith, and she confirms my analysis and states that Behave Plus does not model structure fire, so it will be difficult to use it for structures or housing developments. Once a fire hits an area that has different fuel modes, such as houses, ranch homes, and others, and strip malls, it behaves significantly different, and it slows down the spread. Thank you. The modeling also is dependent, obviously, the outcome is dependent upon the inputs. And the inputs that the hired consultant used in terms of weather are very, very bad days. And we've had those bad days here. He uses the weather inputs of the 2003 Cedar Fire, which for a very long time was the largest fire in California history, and also the inputs of the 2007 Del Dios Fire. And he uses those inputs and then puts the theoretical fire right outside our border. I don't say that that can never happen, but in a risk analysis, I would also ask what the likelihood that that can happen. And also, no matter where those inputs and that model is placed anywhere in California, it's going to do the same thing. There's no jurisdiction that will be able to, without any firefighting mitigation, and that's another assumption that all these models use, is that there's no firefighting mitigation that is attempting to put out the fire. But if you drop that scenario anywhere in California, and I'll just talk about this county, Santee or Alpine or Vista or Carlsbad or Rancho Santa Fe, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to do the same thing. So it's a model analysis. And the tendency to predict only worst case scenario is a shortcoming that's often found in emergency planning. I have Annex Q, which is the Annex Q is the evacuation annex to the San Diego County operational plan. And it's referenced many times throughout both documents by the hired consultant. And we referenced it too, because we use it here in the jurisdiction. It's a template. It talks about what agencies are responsible for doing what in evacuations, but it does not establish evacuation time requirements or minimum safety standards for community evacuation. It does not do that. even in the analysis that's in Annex Q, they don't use worst-case scenario. Their scenario that they use is what the county calls a level 2 evacuation, which is a moderate evacuation. It is not a mass community evacuation, a level 1 evacuation. Another example I'm going to talk about is the Oroville Dam break. An emergency action plan developed for the Oroville Dam assumed that the entire contents of Lake Oroville would be released if a failure occurred. It was due to this erroneous assumption that in 2017, nearly 190,000 people were evacuated when erosion caused a 200-foot split in the spillway. Revisions to the emergency action plan included a graduated prediction system that allowed for more conservative, phased evacuations. And that's what we're going to be looking at in this community as well. Next slide, please. Another important aspect of the analysis, and I'm going to say probably the most important aspect, is the roadway network and the hired consultants' use of roadway capacities. Roadway capacities directly affects how many people, how many vehicles can get out in an area in a certain time frame. So when you don't use correct inputs and you dramatically reduce the roadway capacity, the time frame of getting out is an alarming number. So I dispute the inputs of the hired consultant in terms of roadway capacities. You see on the left what he used in his analysis, and talking with a licensed traffic engineer here at the city, all those roadways listed has a minimum of 1,000 vehicle per hour capacity. In fact, the 1,000 vehicle per hour capacity is a conservative number, and the licensed traffic engineer states that the roadway capacities of those roadways are probably very likely even more. Can you go back real quick? So the roadway capacity is really the meat and potatoes of both of these reports, specifically the second report. And it does lead to alarming results. Okay, go ahead. Think on. The evacuation assumptions also I need to be critical on. The assumption is that everyone is at home and that everybody's going to evacuate at once. And I understand that, and that could happen. But let's talk about it realistically. Let's talk about it realistically. If it's a Santa Ana wind event in the daytime when the temperatures are the highest, in the afternoon when a lot of the fires start, not all of them, but when a lot of the fires start, that's a time when I would say a lot of people are out of the community because they're working. So I don't believe that everybody would be in the community.
Here, let's let the fire chief do his presentation, and then we'll have public comment.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, not everybody would be home. It also assumes that everyone will be evacuating at once, even the Goodson project. And that's not the goal of the fire department. The goal of the fire department is to evacuate the people that's in harm's way first, and to use phased evacuations to alleviate the congestion on the road and get people out. And a lot of, if we're evacuating that intersection, that's I just don't believe that the Goodson project will be evacuated if we have a fire that hits the eastern portion of our area. As stated before, places the worst case scenario right outside of our border, and the hired consultant severely reduces the roadway capacity. And then the last thing that the reports do is they assume that 3 out of 4 exits are blocked out of the community of Liebenhain when he runs his analysis. That's alarming. It's alarming. So if we can go through the maps, just to put this in a visual context. So here's the map of Liebenhain with our 4 exits out of the community, Double L Ranch Road, Then you have Rancho Santa Fe Road going north. You have Rancho Santa Fe Road going south that turns into Manchester. And then you have Rancho Santa Fe Road and then turning right on Encinitas Boulevard and traveling west to the freeway. Again. So the analysis blocks 3 of the exits out of the area. And then the analysis shortens the road capacity, and we have an alarming scenario. I can't be alarming, Mayor and Council. I have to be more pragmatic. I'm the fire chief of the entire community, and I take that responsibility very seriously. My priorities are life, property, and the environment. And they're the priorities for the entire community. It doesn't matter if it's the people that reside in the west, and we have to worry about bluff collapse or shark attacks or train strikes, or the people that live out in the east, and we have to worry about and pay attention to and make sure we're prepared for wildfire and evacuations. So what I want to do is I want to let the council know and let the community know, because this is really, we're in it together, but I want to let the council and the community know the improvements that we made specifically for the folks that live in the Alevinheim area. So over the last few years, we made significant continuous improvements with the help of the community, and we're going to continue to do this in the future. So the evacuation gates, we installed new technology that we can open the gates remotely by our cell phones. Before, we had to actually have somebody drive out there and use a key to open up those evacuation gates. We've installed new directional signage at the top of the gates, and we're going to install more additional signage. And we're going to keep on making sure that that easement road is in good condition so it can be used at a moment's notice. For the community engagement, we just instituted a Fire Safe Council. That's a big win. The Fire Safe Council is the liaison between the fire department and the community. And we're going to use and leverage each other to get grants, to provide community education, to get community involvement up, to make sure that we're all prepared for wildfire. We're currently developing a community wildfire protection plan with the Fire Safe Council. The fire department participated in the wildfire prevention fair the council did in May of this year. We participated, and I've participated in various presentations regarding large animal evacuations and wildfire safety and preparedness throughout the years that I've been fire chief and deputy chief with multiple agencies, including the sheriff and the Humane Society and others. The Fire Safe Council, because they were formed, they already got their first grant, and the grant's going to be used for evacuation notices and promotion of evacuations. We've conducted the Fire Rise public workshop with the Alevinheim Water District, fuel management walks. We do that every year. And we also provide a wildfire mailing to Alevinheim every other year. In terms of operational improvements, the newest fire station in the city is located in Alevinheim. It was first staffed with just 2 people part-time and no fire officer. We changed that. We have 24/7, 365 staffing at that station, including a fire officer. We placed that at a newer, more maneuverable, more appropriate fire engine for that station instead of one of our large, big ones that you typically see around town. We've come up with a mutual threat zone agreement with our neighboring agencies, including the state of California, CAL FIRE. What that does, it brings the full weight and complement of the state fire agency, including all their bulldozers, airplanes, helicopters, hand crews, and everything that they have at a moment's notice because you, the council, signed that agreement. Just recently, we had an incident on one of the trails out there. So we went back, and all the trails that are in Alevinheim, we actually geolocated now into our dispatch map. So we know exactly, if they talk about what trail they're on, we actually know where they're at, and we can find them a lot easier now. And we have been and we continue to work for the community. So before I move on to the next subject, I just want you to know one thing, and that is that, with our previous evacuation plan, with the Weber report, and with our updated evacuation plan that we're going to be doing, all that will cumulatively make the community safer. In terms of subject number 2, I was asked to provide an analysis of what we did to review on the fire safety aspects of the Goodson project. I have it up here on your review. We did a discretionary review of the Goodson project. Those 8 steps, you can read them yourself, but they are part of the discretionary review project for where the project lies in the corridor. So, Mayor, with that, that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Fire Chief. Thank you for going so in-depth on the questions and the analysis.
Can you put that
So-
slide back up? It was only on for a few seconds.
Okay, let's leave that up for a few minutes, or so that he can take a picture or read it. Okay, so next we have any preliminary questions from council, and then we'll open the limited public hearing. So I'd like to ask the attorney to review what limited public hearing is.
Before I do that, I
Oh.
don't think that staff was completed their presentation.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Right, I wanted to see if you wanted to pause for questions at that time, or I can continue on and we can go ahead with the procedures.
I think we would rather have the whole presentation and then questions.
Understood. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and continue. I'm happy to put this back up after the presentation as well. So I'm just moving on to the questions of the status of Rancho Santa Fe Road, and there's just several points. One, through density bonus. The density is calculated based on gross acreage, and one of the property's APNs, which is the question we're talking about, APN 259-23132, it's legally described to include the center line of Rancho Santa Fe Road. And the language from the legal description is shown highlighted in green, and then the underline accepts the southeasterly portion of Rancho Santa Fe Road and not the other side of Rancho Santa Fe Road. The road easement itself is listed as a recorded document through the title report. There has been no evidence provided that demonstrates the roadway has been extinguished as claimed by ERRD. That includes specifically a court case known as Montgomery versus Santa Ana and W. Rye Company. Legal counsel found that the case describes that though the owner of the underlying property has very little practical use of the property, it does not support the conclusions that the ownership interest is extinguished. ERRD also states that easement rights have been extinguished because dedication of Rancho Santa Fe Road can be implied. However, in the cases in which courts may imply a dedication is where the original grant of interest is unclear as to whether it was an easement right or fee title. So in this case, the grant deed did show that an easement was intended. This is the easement language. I put it on a slide in case you would like to look at it. And staff position remains that the property owner easement rights have not been extinguished. An email was received regarding the housing element rezoning of the property. The one thing to note is that the housing element includes only estimates, and this is what we have done for all of the housing element projects. When they are submitted, they are actually required to provide all documentation that identifies the actual size of the parcel, including title report and grant deeds with legal descriptions. So as I just talked about in previous slides, that information was identified, and the APN listed here from the housing element site was listed to be rezoned. So as evidence in the report and the deeds, this would include then the center line of Rancho Santa Fe Road. And then with that, staff maintains the recommendation from the October 13th hearing for the City Council to deny the appeals and uphold Planning Commission decision to deny the project. and approve the boundary line adjustment pursuant to the draft resolutions. And that now concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see if we have any questions from council members. I don't see any. Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
So I know this is preliminary, so I'm not going to ask a ton of questions, but I think, Chief, that first I want to say thank you for everything you do for our community. But I did have some questions based on your presentation. First, I just wanted to understand a little bit more about who determines what a fire hazard severity zone is, and who determines who's in it and who's not in it.
That's the state of California, and I'm going to ask my subject matter expert, my Fire Marshal Hans Schmidt, to come up and talk about that.
Specifically, I want to know if we at the local level do anything to place properties in that zone or not in the zone. What flexibility do we have in the local level? Because I see that this parcel appears to be just outside of the severity zone, but there are parcels around it that are in the severity zone.
That's correct. In fact, I have a map. Could you load that on there? We can show them that map. So to answer the first part of that question, yes, the state determines the very high or the fire hazard severity zones, and then they make recommendations. So there's a state responsibility area that the state is predominantly responsible for. So they're responsible for extinguishing fires in those areas or fighting fires in those areas. And there's local responsibility area, and that is areas that cities, typically incorporated areas, are responsible for. So in Encinitas, we are responsible for the LRA, which is our city borders. This map that I have before you, the very high fire hazard severity zone, as recommended by CAL FIRE, that's what they recommend to us to adopt. We can, and we did, include more areas based on a study of our city and actually going out and looking at these different areas within the city, and we expanded that. And you can see the map on the right shows the city very high fire hazard severity zone. Includes many more areas than just what the state recommended. So yes, we have the power to do that, and we did do that in 2009 when we adopted it. It went before the council, and they adopted it in 2009.
So just really quickly, in terms of the rationale, as it expands into more of the built community, what's the rationale? Why are some spots on there and some spots not? Do you hire a third party that does this analysis? Do you do this
I believe
analysis?
at the time in 2009, I wasn't here, but I believe Bob Scott, who was the fire marshal at the time, looked at those areas that were near heavily vegetated areas. So if you look in the, south, can I point this? Yeah. So in this area, all along here, it wasn't recommended by the state to put this in the very high fire hazard severity zone, but we added all that. So that whole strip down along the eastern border, and that is based on the vegetation that is present in the creek there.
All right. And then also the fire protection plan, why wasn't that required of this project?
So the code's very specific in what's required and when that is required, and that is for sites that are in the very high fire hazard severity zone. We don't routinely, and I won't arbitrarily select a site outside of that because it's not required by the code. We might get ourselves in a little bit of litigation issues if we selectively start applying this outside of the area that the code specifies.
All right, perfect. Chief, I just had a question about evacuation. And so is there a standard or something that we aim for in terms of how fast we want to get people out? I understand that you're saying that wildfires are robust and dynamic and hard to completely, summarize and classify, and we phase the evacuation. But is there a standard, a policy that okay, we want to have people out within a certain period of time?
No. And for reasons that you just stated, the fire is so dynamic, where it's going to be. There's different types of evacuation practices. There's phased evacuations, so you can move people out all at once. You can do shelter in place. So there's different practices and theories when you're talking about evacuations.
All right. The Weber report said that there was really the southern, going south on Rancho Santa Fe Road is really one of the only exits. And then you point to the fact that there are 3 to 4 other exits. And a Weber report seems to kind of talk about this kind of northeastern Santa Ana driven windstorm that's coming in and blowing that fire right through. Why wouldn't Double L Ranch Road and why wouldn't the northern portions of Rancho Santa Fe Road be compromised?
Well, that's an assumption that he uses that anything can happen, right? I'm never going to say never, but we have 4 ways out of that community. I guess one of them could be compromised depending on the right conditions, but to have those assumptions made in a report like this really drives home the alarming nature of what the analysis was. So I really can't answer your question because we're talking theoretical issues. But there have been in fires in the past in other jurisdictions in Northern California where the roadways have been compromised by fire. What we're going to do is make sure that we provide proper fire mitigation efforts and keep the roadways as clear as possible.
All right. So even if we had, say, ideally, we're able to phase, and we have several of those early on as we were evacuating in phases. We have all of those routes open, but 3 or 4 routes are really not all that much to begin with. And the southern route, you would agree that is also one of the most important routes out of Liebenheim if you're evacuating.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have any other preliminary questions from council members. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you, Chief Stein, for the presentation. It was very thorough, and I was appreciative that it spoke to a lot of the alarming assumptions that were made in the initial report. I have 2 questions here, and one is that I was pleased to see that the roadway capacity was an item that you spoke directly to, and you noted that it isn't in the hundreds, it's more like in the thousands per hour. And so some of the issues I've understood just by hearing a lot about Rancho Santa Fe Road and a lot about specific times of day that the road becomes very slow moving and very congested seem to come up a lot. When we're talking about an evacuation situation, does that capacity per hour increase past 1,000 vehicles per hour, or is it about the same?
That's really a licensed traffic engineer question. I'm not qualified to answer that, to be honest with you. But what I will say is that during an evacuation, I think that we will be utilizing the maximum capacity of every road that we have. A successful evacuation depends on what you're doing downstream, right? And we're going to have law enforcement that are going to be controlling intersections. So right now they're not controlled. They have stop signs, so that's where the buildup happens on a daily basis because of the stop signs. But we're going to have key intersections staffed with sheriff's personnel to guide us out as quick as possible. So there will be, and we have that in the plan, in the old plan, and it will be in the new plan, the priority intersections that will be staffed by law enforcement to make sure that downstream everybody gets out as quick as possible. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And then the second question, it might be for one of our attorneys here, but so we recently read about the Attorney General in the state of California deciding that a certain housing development was not appropriate because of its location in a high fire severity zone. what led to that conclusion? Was it that it had the designation of a very high fire severity zone, or what's that line that we're walking? Is this a similar project in terms of its location?
Council member, I only know what I've read in the newspaper. I believe the Attorney General sued the approval of 2 large housing development projects located in quite rural areas. One was Tejon Ranch, and another I know is in San Diego County. I don't know what the name of the project is. In both cases, the newspaper articles stated that the sites had been subjected to numerous fires repeatedly over a time period. But that's about the only detail I know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I appreciate the presentation. A couple of questions. Well, first of all, it is my hope that the city clerk will include in the staff report for this meeting your PowerPoint presentation, because I didn't see that in the report that was issued. There were some commentary that was overlapping, but not on every point there. So, and ultimately, I think that it's regrettable that we didn't have this information in the first staff report, so we could have had it all in one place. So the counter to the Weber report, it sounded to me like some of the things you were speaking to were issues that were going to be addressed in the future. There were some evaluation, some analysis, the Fire Safe Council, some of the work that's being done is future work. So the question that I want to hear you state, if you can explicitly, is whether the existing plan is adequate to evacuate a Liebenhain safely in the event of an emergency, and specifically with regard to the additional 700, 600, whatever number of vehicles that will be at this project.
Well, the existing plan does not take under consideration any new development. So when development goes in, we will have to make adjustments to the plan. But what I will say is that the existing plan, yes, it is sufficient, and it is, we've done a lot of planning in that area that a lot of jurisdictions have not done in their very high fire severity zones. So I'm comfortable with the plan. It needs to be updated because we need additional traffic. And the plan, by the way, was updated last in 2019. But I wanted to update it again because it fell down on accurate census numbers, and it fell down on traffic analysis that I wanted to get redone. And that's why we're currently redoing it right now.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. Chief Stein, I'd just like to take this opportunity to ask for you to shine a bit of a light on the fire, how you address putting out the fire. I know we've talked a lot about evacuation, and I think that's where the focus of this conversation is. But I think this is an opportunity to also talk about how many resources and how well equipped we are to attack the putting out of the fire. And this came to my attention through talking with you one-on-one, and I appreciate that, but also talking to Captain Lopez with the Sheriff's Department on the drones and the helicopters, and how we, I think that is complementary to how we think about how we'd address a fire, kind of the overarching incident management associated with tackling putting that fire out. Could you shine a little bit more light on that?
I can, and thank you for the question. And I'll try and be brief because I can talk forever about this, to be honest with you. First off, it's a team, it's a whole community approach. So if we do have a fire that's threatening a Liebenhain, the fire department's goal and my leader's intent to my incident commanders that will be commanding the fire will be to start evacuations as early as possible. And we do have, contrary to the hired consultants' reports, we do have trigger points of where the fire may be outside of our jurisdiction to where we're going to start calling for evacuations. And when we call for an evacuation warning or an evacuation order, it really is incumbent upon the community to respect those orders or warnings and get out, because it just complicates our response if we have people that stay. In terms of our response, we have a very robust system in the county of San Diego in terms of responding to fires, and we exercise it every day. It doesn't matter what patch is on your uniform or what patch is on the door, the name of the fire department. In the northern zone here, you're going to get the closest, most appropriate response that's available. So in a smaller incident that happens every day, if there is a fire engine from Solana Beach that is at Scripps Encinitas, and there's a call that's right across the street, the Solana Beach fire engine, not an Encinitas fire engine, the Solana Beach fire engine will be responding there. So what does that do? Our goal is to keep fires at the smallest point possible, and we do that by arriving there quickly. And that's why we have the most maneuverable, the most agile fire engine in our fleet is out there in Olevenhain. The goal is to keep the fires small so they don't get big. If they do decide to get big, unfortunately, and fortunately, I guess, we have a lot of practice in this state by mobilization. So we use what's called the incident command system, where we call in resources and we're able to mobilize a lot of resources quickly. And with our mutual threat zone agreement that we have and that the council approved, like I said before, we have immediately the full weight and force of the CAL FIRE arsenal that will be coming to help us out. I can go on, or if I answered your question.
Yeah, I think you hit on most of the topics.
Yeah. So I do want to say, you know, all incidents, they start local and they end local. So in terms of, it doesn't matter what type of emergency it is, if it overwhelms the local community, we're going to ask for help, and we'll get that in a timely fashion, and we have a very systematic way of getting resources there. So it expands up. It goes to the operational area, and then it goes to the neighboring counties, then it goes to the south ops area, and then it goes across the state. So we're able to mobilize resources, and we do that in the summer, unfortunately, quite a bit.
Great, thank you for that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So just as a review, so we're going to open the public hearing, and the appellants will go first, both Randy Goodson and ERRD, and then the public speakers. So the public speakers, given the number of them and consistent with the last hearing, public speakers will have 2 minutes. And I'd like you to address, please, Barry, what exactly the public speakers should be speaking about.
Okay, thank you. First of all, as staff indicated, this is a continued hearing, and it was continued for the purpose of getting clarification on a number of issues for council. Those issues in the previous staff report were kind of conclusionary, and I think it was the council's desire to have a better explanation and understand the information and the way in which staff got to conclusions relating particularly to the fire safety issue. The public testimony was closed at that hearing, and council had begun their deliberation, and we're really picking up from there. So tonight's public testimony is really limited to basically responding to the clarification issues and information that staff has provided tonight. So we would appreciate you being focused in responding to the clarifying information that was provided by staff this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go ahead now with Randy Goodson for 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Randy Goodson on behalf of Encinitas Boulevard Apartments. Your staff did an excellent job of addressing fire safety and evacuations, and their report and analysis is consistent with the reports and analyses that have been done on this site for years. It was evaluated in 2016 as part of the housing elements and updates and process, 2016, 2018, 2019, 2021. There was an EIR that made the same conclusions. There was an environmental assessment for the fifth cycle housing element that made the same conclusions. And your fire marshal confirmed that during an evacuation, he's not going to be calling for the evacuation of this building, particularly not when the fire is out in the reaches of a Liebenhain that he was discussing. And in fact, in the materials we submitted, our building is going to be the safest place to be in a Liebenhain. It's a brand new building. It's built with fire-resistant materials. It's fully sprinklered, and our residents, I suspect, and you should ask the fire marshal, this is a defense in place. He said there's some properties where you identify as defense in place, and there's other properties where you call for evacuation. This building is the safest place to be in a fire. And I think it's a shame that Bruce Ayler's group is ginning up this scare. All these people, I feel bad for all these people. Bruce Ayler's group is producing a report that is full of misleading information. And fire evacuation is really important. It's an important topic, but it's not related to my project. My project has nothing to do with the important aspects of fire evacuation and emergency evacuation in the Liebenhain area. They're completely unrelated and disconnected, and I think it's a shame. This hearing is also not about reopening the site selection process. This site, in all those different evaluations that I mentioned, this site has been identified as the best site in a Liebenhain. It's the only site that has been selected in a Liebenhain. This city council indicated that low-income housing and the apartments were going to be spread ratably throughout the community. This is the only site in a Liebenhain to do that. The city evaluation of Rancho Santa Fe Road is consistent with the evaluations presented for other projects, and the city standards are being applied as your staff has evaluated them consistently. I wish staff would go into such great lengths and evaluate the RRM alternative design, because that is not going to hold water. It is not an alternative design, and you have not even heard 1/10 of the evaluation that went into fire and emergency evacuation. RRM, the architect, hasn't come here and said, oh yeah, this is how we can build it by squishing it down and having it step up and meet the city code. We've presented, and our architects and engineers have presented extensive evaluations showing that our projects evaluated with the same criteria. It's unfortunate the city's criteria can be interpreted in different ways, and city staff themselves have interpreted your criteria in different ways, which makes it not objective and you can't apply it. But you can't squish the building down and still have the emergency access around the building, and then have the same number of square feet in a smaller building. And you can't build a 4-story building in 39 feet. If you could, when this city council evaluated increasing its height limit to 39 feet, you wouldn't have done it. The whole reason that you went from 30 feet to 39 is because you needed to accommodate 3 stories. If you could have accommodated 4 stories in 39 feet, you could have accommodated 3 stories in 30 feet, and you wouldn't have raised the height limit. So I think that's something really important to look at. These are really important issues. There is no basis to deny this project, and it's going to have very dire consequences to the city. And I know you just announced you've had 2 closed sessions with your attorneys. I hope you do the right thing. You enforce the law. Everyone likes to say bad things about the developer. I'm complying with the law. This project is not even as big as it could be. Under the law, this project could be bigger. And it's really important for the public to understand that the way the laws work and have been progressing for years is not to reduce the development potential of excellent sites for development. This is the place to develop the apartments in a Liebenhain. right next to 7-Eleven at a corner. It's the perfect place for development, and the laws are going to continue to allow more and more and more development there. So I think the sooner the better, and we hope you are able to support the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. ERRD?
Thank you. So there are two items in front of council today. One is the project itself, and the second is the boundary adjustment. I'd like to touch on both of them briefly. For the boundary adjustment, for the project itself, sorry, one of the most important things we have is the fire safety issue, as we've talked about today. And one of the most important things that we should think about in regulating the fire safety is the by right status. Encinitas already has appealed the by right status of this project. The plain language of the law sets the threshold at 20% of total units, without any differentiation between base and bonus units. The project is 277 units, so 20% would require 56 units to be affordable. The project only provides 41 affordable units, so a shortfall of 15 units. Staff asserts that the trigger is 20% of the base density units, in this case 205, and that the total number of units excludes any bonus units. Their sole rationale is a memo from HCD. Here's the relevant part of that memo. How do I advance? Oh. Thank you. So the HCD memo quotes the requirement for 20% of the units.
Can I object? This has nothing to do with the staff report, as your counsel advised, just like everyone to be aware of this.
Can I have some time back? And does so without any qualifier of base versus bonus units. It then goes on to reinterpret the law, with emphasis, to arbitrarily exclude bonus units. The lone justification is that their novel calculation is consistent with other housing laws. Being consistent is not a compelling justification for rewriting the plain language of the law. It is in Encinitas' interest to require the extra units to be affordable, especially to delay the trigger of no net loss and the next round of contentious upzoning, this time with Prop A in place. If council denies the project, as it should, it is also in Encinitas' interest to deny applicant the benefits of use by right status and maintain the powerful CEQA authority to enforce public safety and environmental protections. Applicant has said he will sue HCD, and HCD has said they will support, applicant has said he will sue the city. HCD has said they will support him. With HCD in opposition, why would the city let them decide the threshold? Put the question to the judge. There is no downside. Why not give ourselves a chance to do better for the project and all that follow? I'd also like to speak a little bit to Chief Stein's testimony. I've spent the last 3 years in public service in Olevenhagen in the advancement of fire safety, among other issues. Mike, Joe, myself, and members of the community stood together to stand up the Fire Safe Council. I've worked with Danny Neville, the founding president of the Fire Safe Council, Hector Paredes, who you'll hear from in public testimony today, and others as part of the CWPP working group. I've met with the Fitch and Associates contractors who've been hired by Encinitas Fire to help update the wildfire evacuation planning. I've met with the Sheriff's Department, with County OE, and I have a very good understanding of the mutual aid response issues. There's a lot of dedicated professionals spending time, energy, and effort to keep us safe. That said, behind closed doors, they will all admit that Olevenhagen is in a dangerous situation. The risk to Olevenhagen of wildfire coming Santa Ana driven out of the northeast through the open spaces, storming down Escondido Creek right to the intersection at Encinitas Boulevard and Rancho Santa Fe Road through riparian environments is real. It's serious. There are a couple ways out of Levenheim, but this intersection, Encinitas Boulevard and Rancho Santa Fe Road, is a critical bottleneck. There is no doubt about that, and the council has adequate evidence in the record to substantiate findings of both of those facts. The only issue here is, does the project make the situation better or worse? It adds at least 500 cars, and it adds a traffic signal at McCain Lane. That can only hinder evacuation. It can only hurt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before the public comment, let's ask council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. And I'll start at the end. Councilmember Hinsey.
So I would like to disclose that I did have a meeting yesterday with Ms. Klausenstock and Ms. McCord, and I met on site there at 7-Eleven, and we toured McCain Lane.
Yes, I will disclose that I also had a meeting with the same two individuals last week, and we walked the site.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing more to disclose.
I also met with the same two ladies, and we did a tour of McCain Lane and the hillside where it would be built. Okay, so now we have the public hearing. So who are the first speakers?
Yes, we have approximately 25. First three speakers are Holly Manian, Hector Paredes, and George Hyde.
Holly Manion, Rancho Santa Fe. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I and concerned citizens of Rancho Santa Fe are extremely distressed regarding the proposed apartment project. As you know, Levenheim and Rancho Santa Fe are in high fire hazard severity zones. If you allow this oversized project to be built, it will be disastrous for residents to evacuate during the next major fire. Rancho Santa Fe's winding, narrow, and historic roads were designed and built 100 years ago. They have been a protected part of our historic ambiance and heritage. They cannot handle the increased traffic this development will create. During the 2007 fire, the roads of both communities were terribly congested with chaotic traffic trying to escape the smoke, flames, and panicked drivers. That was 14 years ago when we had far fewer people residing in our neighborhoods. If this project is allowed to be built, El Camino del Norte, Rancho Santa Fe Road, La Bajada, El Mirlo, Lone Jack Road, to name just a few, will become death traps. We will never even make it to Encinitas Boulevard as the evacuation traffic from the Covenant, the Bridges, Hacienda Santa Fe, Cielo, the Crosby, Rancho del Lago, and all the other neighborhoods to the Near East and the Goodson Project will clog that escape route immediately. Traffic today is unbearable and near this intersections with dismal service levels D or F roads. Introducing a large 277-unit project to an already substantially degraded road system is simply absurd. If the Goodson project is allowed to be built, when the next fire comes, a disaster of terrifying proportions is highly probable. Please oppose this ill-conceived development. In this location, it imperils public safety. This development will not benefit our greater community. It will only benefit the developer. Thank you from the concerned citizens of Rancho Santa Fe.
Good evening, and thank you, City Council and Mayor, for allowing me a few minutes to express my concerns about public safety and what I believe are critical evacuation issues that currently exist in Levenheim. Based on my experiences in public safety, adding hundreds of vehicles from this project would definitely place our residents at increased risk during an evacuation. My name is Hector Paredes, and I live in Levenheim, just off of Camino del Norte. I moved to the area and bought my home here after retiring in 2018, After a long career in public safety, I was employed by the California Highway Patrol for more than 35 years. For the last 4 years, I served as the commander of an office in Northern California. In that position, I had the experience of working 8 wildland fires, where I collaborated many times with several local, state, and public safety agencies to evacuate several communities. I'm not here on behalf of any law enforcement agency, nor am I here to technically critique any response plans by our local public safety agencies. I respect their difficult duties. However, I do have concerns with the current situation of how more than 9,000 residents and over 300 equestrian animals would be evacuated via Rancho Santa Fe Road and the critical bottleneck at its intersection with Encinitas Boulevard. This process would be exacerbated by the adjoining communities of Rancho Santa Fe and Carlsbad. My work experience has taught me that even with substantial resources like the National Guard, additional law enforcement personnel, and county road staff, the evacuation of people, schools, vehicles, and animals can take many hours, even when 2 lanes in one direction are used for this process. I learned that the stress from an evacuation order on citizens causes overwhelming anxiety, so their behavior understandably requires public safety assistance. In this case, I believe that every intersection on Rancho Santa Fe Road in Encinitas would require staffing to expedite traffic flow. Acquiring these types of resources during an emergency evacuation order can take many hours to coordinate because during a wildfire resources are normally already deployed, so public safety is limited in operations until additional personnel can be acquired through mutual aid.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Know with an important thing like this, you give us a little more than a damn 2 minutes. I'm not ready to start yet, please. Difficult seeing anybody around here. Good evening, council members. George Hayter, Cardiff by the Sea. For the past 35 years, I've appeared before numerous Encinitas city councils after scrutinizing a multitude of dubious proposals, a proven lesson in futility. It has been proclaimed that various tragedies can have a silver lining. Your gift has been the COVID epidemic. For over a year, you were able to hide behind remote video meetings, thereby avoiding an irate in-person public countering your often mistrustful policies and revolutions. My brother John, the former Dean of Architecture at Cooper Union University, related the following to me in viewing developers. They will attempt to outlaw you, outspend you, and if that fails, use intimidating tactics in order to wear you out. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? I once attended a forum with the topic being your 10 worst nightmares, one of which was the new neighbor from hell, turning your entire tranquility upside down. I'm adding 11th. Mayors and city councils will lie with intolerable demands of pompous builders. Such views can certainly be associated with the enormous, dominant, overbearing Goodson project proposed for the Livernois area. Allow me to give you an example of what uncontrolled, dense, massive growth leads to. An exact 10-mile trip from my home in Cardiff to San Marcos Boulevard had 2 stop signs years ago along a mainly 2-lane road. Today, that same route includes 37 lights with 2, 3, and 4 lanes on each side, and you contemplate adding to that calamity? Perhaps you should change the poinsettia on a city seal behind you to a dense housing project and a horse to a traffic jam. It then would fit perfectly into tonight's agenda item. Having to tolerate city projects damned on our throats is ridiculous. This one tonight mirrors that docket. Remember, whether you were appointed or elected to the council, you are obligated to represent we the public and not cunning developers. We're sick and tired of it.
The next 3 speakers are Greg Lefevre, then Rhonda Graves, and then Geraldine Afshari.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Greg Lefebvre. I live in Cardiff, and I oppose this project. Let's recall the Oakland Hills fire in 1991, or The Camp Fire that swept through Paradise in 2018. In Oakland Hills, 25 people died, many of them trying to escape. The Oakland Hills fire killed a lot of people. Paradise, 50 people died. We think more, but 50 officially. Here, we have a greater population, tighter density, and fewer escape routes than either of those circumstances. Now, we've heard the statistics that these road capacities are 1,000 an hour. Do the math. That's about 16 cars a minute. That's a car about every 3.6 seconds. Really? Despite the threat from the bullies in Sacramento and the conversations you've had offline, when fire sweeps through, and it will, there will be catastrophic casualties. Catastrophic casualties. And the people in our community will not remember the name of Shannon West, who wrote you that threatening letter. They'll remember you. And I remember last month, we got the vibe from you that you were highly skeptical of this project. Bring that to reality. Find the means, find the courage to deny this appeal. Find the means, find the courage to deny this appeal. Thank you.
My name's Rhonda Graves. I live on 11th Street in Olevenheim. I sat there in 1996 with the Harmony Grove fire where we could see the corner of Lone Jack and Rancho Santa Fe Road for hours watching all the livestock evacuated from Olevenheim. That fire didn't take hours to go on the ground. It went through the sky. We lost over 100 homes in Carlsbad and Encinitas, with Encinitas losing 6.
David Hammond died in that fire, don't forget.
Okay. The other issue is the fire gate that's going to be put up on the Goodson property. It's probably about 50 feet from the intersection where my son was killed in 1989 at 16 years old. There's been at least 3 people killed at that intersection of Pepper Tree Lane and Rancho Santa Fe Road, and I can't believe that you're going to allow a fire gate to go up there at that intersection. How many more people in Encinitas do we have to have killed at that intersection?
Hi, I'm Geraldine Afshari. I live in, I guess they call it New Encinitas. I am concerned because I think we're living in the past and not dealing with the reality of now with climate change. And that is a real thing. And that it's a game changer. It's all different. The fires and the wind, it's fierce and it's different. And I don't think we should risk that. This is crazy to put a bottleneck in there, which what grieves me so much about that place is it's a total bait and switch. This is not affordable housing. This isn't where a teacher or somebody who works in a restaurant or anything can afford, except for that little hovel that it's insulting to them that they aren't even good units. So that's an issue of itself. But to create a bottleneck, and the wind factor is huge. I have very good friends in Tahoe. They had to totally stop any kind of things in flying because they can't deal it in the wind. You can't put a drone in the wind. You can't do any of those planes or helicopter things. When you've got the fierce Santa Ana winds, that's a game changer. It's not feasible to do this. And then the guy says he didn't even plan with an event like this for evacuation, a new development like this. There's just so many missing beats. And then that little street, it's an alley. It's not a road, McCain Lane. I mean, that's a cute little name. But I went on it. It's a little teeny driveway. It's an alley, and it's hedged in by buildings. I don't know. Are they all going to be torn down? So that makes no sense either. And I do agree with that fellow. Have courage. I know it's hard. I know you're going to be lawsuits or being threatened and all this thing. That's a bully tactic. But stand up for the citizens, because there will be a fire. It's not like if. These things happen, and they're happening over our state. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Can Bissell, then Tina Patel, and then Suzanne Clausen-Stock.
Do I control it from here? No? Okay. Members of the City Council, last time we were here, you instructed staff to look into the status of Rancho Santa Fe Road. They have actually looked mostly to the issues of historic ownership, and yet the question is not simply whether Goodson owns a portion of public highway. When the city upzoned the Goodson site from RR2 to R30 in 2019, this portion of Rancho Santa Fe Road was excluded from rezoned parcels. We are talking here about the 0.32 acre portion of the road area, which was not included in the R30 overlay zone. This is very easy to verify. The housing plan update of 2019, also the fifth cycle, describes the Goodson property as adjacent to Rancho Santa Fe Road. It does not include Rancho Santa Fe Road. The gross area of Goodson parcel in question is 175 acres there, which excludes Rancho Santa Fe Road again. And I want to emphasize that housing element excludes basically the road from gross acreage. Unfortunately, the staff misunderstood our email. The APN was indeed rezoned, but Rancho Santa Fe Road 0.32 acre, 1/3 of an acre, was not included in that APN. I also take exception with the staff's suggestion here that housing element only is imprecise and includes estimates. How can you miss like more than 20% of a parcel acreage and say that we were just guessing? This is not acceptable. So, in other words, half of Rancho Santa Fe Road claimed by Goodson as part of his project was not included in the fifth cycle of housing element. If you approve Goodson lot consolidation now, you'll trigger a Prop A vote. Rezoning the road area from the existing RR2 to R30 requires a majority vote by the city residents. So please accept the community group ERRD's appeal to stop this unlawful boundary adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tina Patel, and on the Rancho Santa Fe Road issue, as we just saw.
Could you just lean into the microphone a little bit?
Oh, sorry. As we just saw from staff's analysis, that their analysis seemed to be limited to looking at the language of the easement and reviewing one case. Then the staff determined that the easement has not been extinguished, and therefore the developer owns Rancho Santa Fe Road, so it's okay to include it for purposes of this project. I take issue with the analysis that was performed. This is not about what developer theoretically owns, but whether there is any real ownership to support use of the road acreage in this project. Property ownership is a bundle of rights, including primarily the right to use and exclude others from use. The original easement, coupled with subsequent development and designation of the road as a county highway, has resulted in the developer having no exclusive rights to use the road, and exclusive use rights are cornerstone to ownership. Without these rights, he no longer has an interest commensurate with that of a property owner. Take those facts coupled with case law supporting a view that when rights of use use, and control that traditionally accompany private land ownership are lost, as in the case of this public highway, the resulting effect is to practically divest the owner of their entire beneficial interest, leaving him with a residual ownership right that is theoretical, only if the county were to vacate the road, which isn't going to happen. We need the city to look at this property holistically. Developer claims flat acreage of the road as part of this project, even though he has no exclusive rights to it, and the land was never upzoned, but he runs away from inclusion of the steep acreage of Lot 2B, even though he exclusively owns it. It was upzoned for the project. It's part of a larger parcel and is not a standalone legal lot. Planning Commission's decision on boundary adjustment cannot be approved. Between exclusion of 2B and inclusion of the road, there are too many open issues that were not and continue not be adequately addressed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I get a slide? IT? Oh, okay, sorry. Let me just go. Can I go forward? Which one is it? The same, I just need to go forward, and I'm.
The one that was just
It should start with John, Can, K-A-N. Oh, these are all. Yeah, presentation mode, please. Staff's review of the Weber reports has some unfounded comments and contradictions. Staff's first comment stated there was no input. On March 15th, 2021, the first Weber draft report was emailed to staff in an email. The email states, "The study is marked draft final because we welcome collaborative insights from the city, the fire department, the sheriff's department, and other appropriate authorities." That was 8 months ago. The city could have cleared up many questions in the Weber reports had they ever replied to any of our numerous requests to sit down and discuss the concerning findings. At the July 15th Planning Commission meeting, we asked Mr. Weber to be available to discuss his study if commissioners had any questions. Not one commissioner chose to ask him any question when by this point both of the studies had been submitted for review. This was a great disservice to the city by not engaging this qualified professional consultant. As for the fire modeling, Mr. Weber responds, when it comes to fire modeling, most of the staff quotes are from 2 instructional manuals published 10 years ago. These are no longer entirely accurate. His reports use fire modeling programs which do have ability to accurately predict changes of flame front rate of speed when fuel models change. Staff discredits the Weber reports, which took months to prepare. They have given you their opinions now at the last second without a study of their own to draw from. Staff has continued to underplay wildfire evacuations. They are telling us that adding this development will have no adverse effects on the community's safety. This, too, will have significant exposure to litigation. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Juliana Maxim, Emily McCord, and D.E. Denny Nedville.
Good evening. The residents of Olivenhain commissioned the Weber report thanks to hundreds of small donations. The collective decision to have an expert neutrally and scientifically assess wildfire risks came after the developer publicly mocked the community's concerns as irrational fear-mongering, and after the city dismissed them first as subjective, then as outside their purview, and finally by claiming to be powerless in addressing them. The community-funded Weber study is transparent in its assumptions and calculations, and as such provides precisely the kind of objective standards the city claims it lacks in order to assess the effects of the Goodson project on wildfire evacuation. The staff report misrepresents several findings of the expert report. Here are just 3 claims we wish to rebut. The first one is staff dismissing the Weber report based on a decade-old model, when in fact the science around wildfire has been evolving rapidly in light of changing climate conditions. Staff is dismissing the possibility that one of the 2 main evacuation routes out of Olivenhain could be blocked, when in fact the city's own consultant did point out the scenario in which double L exit could be blocked by a horse trailer, as shown on the this is the one key evacuation point out of Olivenhain. It is perilous to say the least. Finally, staff is glossing over the fact that in their own estimates, evacuation times are longer than the speed at which fire can travel. The larger point, Olivenhain has an existing wildfire evacuation problem. The location and size of the Goodson project will make it worse. Thank you.
Before I start, I'm having to cut my slides due to time restriction. Could you fast forward through the traffic slides and go back to that one? Thank you. One more, please, if you would. Thank you so much. I'm a member of the Rancho Santa Fe Road Traffic Task Force formed almost 3 years ago in response to the community's pressing concerns about traffic congestion. To evaluate the problem on Rancho Santa Fe Road, City Traffic Department did studies in 2016 and 2021. The fire chief claims road capacity to be 1,000 vehicles per hour, but the Weber report took the figure of 550 vehicles per hour directly from the city's 2016 traffic study. The assumptions needed to arrive at 1,000 vehicles per hour would be vehicles traveling at an average rate of 30 miles per hour with 1 vehicle length between cars. The observed practical capacity of Rancho Santa Fe Road is far less than 1,000 vehicles per hour. We know the city's plan did not account for co-evacuation from Rancho Santa Fe or for evacuating 300 to 500 horses and large trailers, or for the time it takes to evacuate children from schools. Had the environmental analysis and the EIR correctly considered public safety and wildfire evacuation, this parcel would not have been upzoned. Although no analysis by Encinitas Fire was shared before tonight, evidence in the public record overwhelmingly demonstrates that wildfire is a threat, that this specific intersection is an evacuation bottleneck, and that this project will make it worse. I've been in touch with the State Attorney General's office. They're actively fighting to prioritize wildfire safety over housing development in fire-prone areas. City Council's denial of this project with the finding of adverse impact on public safety during wildfire evacuation would surely have support from the State AG's office, who supersedes HCD. Please add wildfire safety to the reasons for denying the Goodson project. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Denny Neville, a longtime Olivenhain resident. I spent 39 years in the fire service as a chief fire officer. One of the lasting lessons I learned is in order to be successful in the fire service, you need to plan for the worst case scenario. That's what we're asking you to do, is plan for that once-in-a-lifetime fire that we thought occurred in 1996, and guess what? It'll happen again. And I'd like to remind you tonight that it was the citizens of our community that brought your attention to the existing evacuation problem in Olivenhain and neighboring communities. It continues to be the citizens who are concerned about the detrimental effects of this Encinitas Boulevard apartment project will have on the safety of the area. It was the citizens of our city that collected private money to fund a study that reviewed the issues with current evacuation plan and the impacts this out-of-place project will bring. It is local government's job to review projects and their impacts, both positive and negative, and provide for public safety. The people in this room are feeling that this council so far has not truly had community safety at your heart. As you can see from the map, that's a CAL FIRE map on high fire severity zones, the Goodson project is less than 1/4 of a mile from the very high pink area. It is actually in land in Rancho Santa Fe. So, could the Goodson project be affected by a fire there? Yes, it certainly could. Of the points made about the citizen study and the discussion of one last thing.
I know it goes so fast. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. One last thing, though. As it relates to this project, remember, just because you can doesn't mean you should. We ask you.
Thank you.
We ask you
Sir,
to do the
thank
right
you for your
thing.
comments.
Do
Thank
the
you for
safe
your
thing.
comments. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Peter Lindy, Rich Heinzer, and Richard Bauman.
Hello, City Council. During the spring and summer months, road work was being done on Lone Jack Road. The flow of traffic was unacceptable. We would wait 15 to 30 minutes each way to get off of Lone Jack Road to Rancho Santa Fe Road. The fire exit in Double L was used during this time frame to alleviate traffic. However, at times, going through Double L was very slow as well and did very little to help the congestion. However, it clearly demonstrates how difficult in a wildfire, the dangers for homeowners and their animals to exit the area. A current member of this city council used as part of his platform when running for election that he was going to try and solve the constant logjam on Rancho Santa Fe Road in Olivehane. Of course, nothing happened except the traffic continues to get worse as people go back to work. No emergency fire plan is going to help the situation. The only thing that would help the traffic congestion is creating another exit out of the area or adding more lanes on Rancho Santa Fe Road, which is very unlikely to happen. In a wildfire, people and animals will die because the time to get out of Olivehane will take way too long. I have lived here 10 years, and all the studies and research won't change this fact. Now comes along a contractor who decides to build a housing project, which would require several variances at the corner of Encinitas Boulevard and Rancho Santa Fe Road. If this project was built, the additional traffic from these buildings would logjam the traffic to an area that currently cannot handle the existing traffic. The state wants the city of Encinitas to add more low-income housing. This particular location would be unacceptable because the infrastructure is currently not in place. In other words, a catastrophe waiting to happen. If a wildfire occurs and the project proceeds and the structure is built, the current city council members will be held personally liable for all the deaths that will occur.
Next speaker is Rich Heinzer. It's Hysner. Is Richard? No? Okay, then the next speaker is Richard Bauman, and after that would be Adeline Bauman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Richard Booman, 3666 Booman Road in Olivehane. My family have lived in Olivehane for 136 years. I was there when Olivehane transformed from farmland to a residential community. I remember the countless hours of meetings all the residents attended to establish a zoning for Olivenhain. To the person, they desired a low-density zoning that would encourage and maintain a country atmosphere. The end result was a low-density zoning that included over 50% of all lands as 1/2 acre parcels. As time passed, Olivenhain was populated by hundreds of residents. The main attraction was the uncrowded, country-type atmosphere that Olivenhain had maintained. In 1986, Olivenhain embraced incorporation into the city of Encinitas for improved local representation and to safeguard its existing zoning. I have no idea how this development can even have been considered for Olivenhain. It is totally out of character and would instantly overpopulate, congest roadways, and become a permanent eyesore for the Olivenhain residents. I ask you, our entrusted council, to please use all your influence, experience, and wisdom to reject this unwanted development for Olivenhain. Allow us locally to determine our own zoning and not Sacramento. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I just thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name's Adeline Booman, address 3666 Booman Road, Olivenhain. I want you to really please consider the safety hazards and the negative impact that this megastructure will have on our community. If the Goodson project is permitted, it will set a precedent and will forever change the character of Olivenhain. I urge you to do the right thing for Olivenhain and all of Encinitas. Have the courage. Deny the Goodson project.
The next three speakers are Pat Lawyer, then Sue Brown, and then Michelle Rode. Is Pat Lawyer here? Okay.
I've been a Pat Lawyer, a former Cardiff teacher for 25 years, and I do live off of a street we haven't mentioned. And I respect the fire marshal. However, I think it's very important that we're proactive rather than reactive. Recently, I noticed, I live in a development called South Point Farms, which is right across from Val Sereno, that there was a propane tank on the road, basically. It was only visible to me because someone had taken down a fence. I went to the fire department and said, doesn't that seem very unsafe? Because there had just been a fire up the street on the brush, you know, not more than 50 feet away. And they said, you'll have to go down to the city, which I did. Had a very nice young man who pulled up a city map. We looked at it. He pulled up the code. He took the time to do it with me. Very nice young man. And believe it or not, it is according to code. You can have on El Camino del Norte a propane tank within 10 feet of the curb. Can you imagine a car hitting that propane tank? I was told that the city of Encinitas basically follows the state code, and they possibly change it every 3 years. So, you know, just because the fire department is saying we can have these many cars going, we can do that, I'm really sorry. I'm listening here trying to be very calm about it and taking in both sides. I don't believe anybody. You have to look at what you see, not what this person is saying and what this other person is saying. You need to use your common sense. And common sense tells you, right now on El Camino del Norte, I'm telling the firemen, there is a tree that is leaning over it's at a 45-degree angle. So just use your own common sense. This doesn't make sense. And I wish the fire department would come and look at El Camino del Norte a bit more. We seem to be left out. That part over there is part of the city.
Good evening. My name is Sue Brown, and I've been in the area about 40 years. When I first heard about this project, I didn't pay any attention to it because I figured there was no possible way that this would ever get approved. But I was wrong, and now I am really angry. The issue here is the evacuation, and with all due respect to the fire chief, this project is going to add a tremendous amount of congestion that is going to prevent the residents of Olivenhain from getting out. I guess at times it feels that the lives of the residents of Olivenhain really don't matter, huh? I haven't heard the plan of how we're going to get out, and I'm not sure how we come up with 4 exits. Even with the Yellow Ranch and out the back way, which may or may not be available, we essentially have 2 ways out. And if one of those exits is clogged with 500 or 600 new cars, the residents north of there are not going to be able to get out, period. We have overwhelmingly shared our opposition to this project. And not because it's inappropriate, and not because it doesn't do anything to ease the affordable housing crisis, but because it threatens our safety. Now, he's right. There may be a lot of people that aren't home when they have to evacuate, but you know what? They're going to try to get home. And that's what happened to David Hammond in 1996. He was a dear friend of mine. And he went home and he got caught. And while he was being life-flighted to the UCSD burn unit, his wife was dropping off my children as part of an afternoon carpool. She didn't even know what was going on. And I am intimately familiar with what that family went through, and believe me, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. You all need to do your jobs. Protect the people you have sworn to serve. That is us.
Is Michelle Rode here? No? Okay, the next 3 speakers is Casey Carter, then Laurel Lamarie, and then Beth Nelson.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. I am a very long-time single-family homeowner in the colony of Olivenhain. Simply put, the site of the proposed Goodson project is the wrong site for this and any remotely similar project. If it's not already obvious, you do not have the community support for the Goodson project. Many have spoken out against all forms of this project. However, there are many others who are also against the project, but they're afraid to speak out against it for fear, as they've told me, of retaliation. I've learned that this includes the business owners of 7-Eleven and the surrounding businesses in that same center, and also people who live in Rancho Santa Fe and Encinitas who do business with Mr. Goodson, and they feel that they'll be threatened and they don't want to speak out against it, but they are against the project. I don't believe you can be comfortable at this point that you have a large community which is scared for many different reasons, scared for very valid reasons. And with all due respect to the fire chief, people work from home now more than ever, and Olivenhain and some of the surrounding areas have a lot of people who don't work, who are retired, who also work from home, as I do. And people who do happen to not be at home in the time of an event, like a wildfire or a natural disaster that's similar, are going to do everything they can to get home. The large animals are not going to be leaving home. They're going to be at the home in the ranches. And everybody's going to be clamoring to get back in. That's going to add to the congestion on the roads. So I think those numbers need to be considered, both directions, going in and going out. So at this point, I implore you, as the rest of us are imploring you, please say no to this Goodson project. Thank you.
Hello, Laurel Lemerrier, longtime resident of Rancho Santa Fe. I am a board member of the San Diego Planning Group and the Rancho Santa Fe Association, both of which voted unanimously more than once to send letters of opposition to your Planning Commission and to your council. I shop in Encinitas for most of our family's goods. I bought some clothes there. We eat there. We spend a lot of money there. I bought a car there. So you're getting my tax dollars and a lot from Rancho Santa Fe. We use myself and many others in Rancho use the La Bajada exit to go to Encinitas twice daily, Monday through Friday. Big traffic jam occurs due to the road school and 2 nearby nursery schools. I frequently have been caught in those jams. Adding cars for 277 units, creating around 1,600 ADTs, will further compound this daily public danger situation. It's not if, but when a fire races through Rancho Santa Fe and Olivenhain along Escondido Creek to Encinitas. Contrary to what Chief Stein implied, the fires don't start necessarily in the daytime. The Del Dios fire was raging. I got a phone call from my daughter, 6:30 in the morning. Mom, it's on fire. And I went outside and I could smell smoke, which meant it was coming westward towards us. We evacuated, of course. One of my horses did not want to get in the trailer. It panicked and just wouldn't get in. I thought, I'm going to have to leave her. So remember the Cedar Fire, Del Dios, Harmony Grove, Witch Creek, Cocos, Harris fires. There were 14 fires in San Diego County alone in 2014. Better to be safe than sorry. Please do not vote to support this project.
Good evening. I'm also a 20-year resident of Rancho Santa Fe who frequently travels through the area that's being discussed tonight. Those of us in Rancho Santa Fe usually mind our own business and stay within our bubble, as it were. However, the impacts of this project, not only on the traffic and its inconvenience, but more importantly on our public safety in the event of a wildfire evacuation, compels me to speak out. I'm deeply concerned about the additional traffic congestion and extended time it will take to evacuate. When I first moved to Rancho 20 years ago, I attended a wildfire information meeting conducted by the Rancho Santa Fe Fire Department. I distinctly remember the fire chief's words, cautioning us to prepare for a fire emergency, saying that it was not if, but when. Having recently moved to this rural area from down in San Diego, those words struck me and stuck with me. I took them to heart and prepared an evacuation plan for my family, which I have unfortunately had to use a few times since then. In response to the earlier discussion about evacuations, I'll digress a little here with a personal story about the 2007 Witch Creek fire. I was awakened at 5 a.m. by a phone call from a friend in Escondido who had just had to evacuate their home east of the 15, alerting us that the fire had jumped the freeway and was heading west towards our community. My husband and I spent the next 2 hours collecting important papers and things to evacuate. By 7 a.m., it was clear we needed to get out. We awakened our young children and put them in the car and headed down our little windy Rancho Road. We went about a quarter mile to get to the nearest larger artery to get out, and just as we approached that, there was a large eucalyptus tree had fallen from the Santa Ana winds across the road. There was no way to drive over it or around it. We had to turn around, go right back to where we started, and look for another way out. Evacuations are chaotic and unpredictable. You don't know if the exits will always be open, and so I urge you to please listen to our concerns and oppose this project. Thank you.
And the last 4 speakers are Stevie Fate Dixon, then Glenn Medwick, Greg Post, and the last one would be Paul Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Stevie Fate Dixon, and I have been a resident of Olivenhain 615 Windmill Ranch Road for over 28 years. From the last meeting, which was October 13th, there was a contractor that stood up here and asked all of you to raise your hands if you had driven down McCain Lane. And none of you had. I would like to ask, my first question is, since that meeting, who on this council has visited McCain Lane? 3. Okay, thank you. My next question is, have any of you experienced a wildfire evacuation on
Wait, ma'am, so
Rancho
can you
Santa
stop
Fe?
the time for a second? So we're not going to have a back and forth here. I know some of us just raised our hand in response to that question. We disclosed that information at the beginning as well, but we're not going to answer questions by indicating back and forth. That's just not the way public testimony goes.
Okay.
So you feel free to use the rest of your time as you wish, but we won't be answering those types of questions.
Okay. I have experienced evacuating wildflowers on Rancho Santa Fe 3 or 4 times. And everybody is on their own, and it's a very dangerous situation, severe. I have 4 horses in my backyard, and for me to evacuate, I have 2 horse trailers, which include 2 trucks and 2 family vehicles. And when you line that up on Rancho Santa Fe Road, it would line up from one stop sign to the next. That's one family. One of the evacuations on Rancho Santa Fe, a power line was down and it was hot and it was swirling around the road, and there were actually people hand walking horses to get out of Olivenhain community. When there is evacuation, there's no traffic officer at Encinitas Boulevard and Rancho Santa Fe Road, and it's chaos.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is a good housing project, but it's in the wrong location. Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenn Medwick.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to make a brief statement here. My name's Glenn Medwid. I live in Olivenhain. I've lived there for over 20 years. I was here with my family when we had to evacuate for the last fire. I know what it's like. You know, I am very, very concerned about this. I know there are people here who downplay it, say people are being fearmongers. We're not. If you lived through that evacuation, you know what it's like. If you've driven down Rancho Santa Fe Road anytime in the morning or the evening, you know what traffic is like. It's a nightmare, okay? And this project is only going to make matters worse. I hope and I pray that you will listen to the people here tonight, listen to the citizens who elected you. Please do the right thing. Do not allow this project to move forward. Thank you very much.
And the last 3 speakers are Greg Post, then Paul Johnson, then Kevin Dalzo.
Good evening. My name is Greg Post. I live in Olivenhain. In 1986, the city of Encinitas was incorporated in large part because the county supervisors were allowing large developers to build with abandon while ignoring the pleas of the residents to stop high-density development, favoring instead receiving developers' large contributions to their political campaigns. The first 2 sentences of the City of Encinitas Design Guidelines published in April of 2005 states, and I quote, "The City of Encinitas is a unique collection of 5 distinct communities. The individuality of each community is vital to the overall character of the city and shall be maintained. The guidelines go on to describe the unique character of each of the 5 distinct communities. The description of Olivenhain reads as follows, I quote, "The Olivenhain community is a rural community with an informal character, having large residential lots, maturing landscape, equestrian facilities, open space, a variety of recreational trails, and rolling hills and canyons. Narrow roads with minimal improvements are associated with this rural community." Now, here we are, 35 years later, the residents of Encinitas now facing the same situation with developers coming in, but we're facing it with our own city council. And it seems that we're having our voices ignored, even as our own planning commission has voted unanimously to deny the permits. The fire department's statement that the modeling has been done with the most likely scenarios to occur. I don't want to have our city have a fire in a few years and then have the city council, after the fire is over, come up and make a statement in front of a bunch of microphones saying the fire was so much larger than anyone could anticipate.
Thank you,
and
sir,
our condolences
for your
go out to
comments.
all those families that lost loved ones. We plan to have a commission set up to study the disaster and take the necessary steps so this never happens again.
Sir,
it
thank
won't
you for
happen
your
in the first
comments.
place if
Thank
you do
you
the
for your
right thing
comments.
and
Thank
deny
you
the
for your
permit.
comments.
Next speaker is Paul Johnson. Is Paul Johnson here? Okay, then the last speaker is Kevin Dalzell.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Dalzell, and I do live in Olivenhain. And, you know, it's hard for me because I'm a developer. And I came last time at the last meeting for the first time and actually came up to talk. And I think it took some guts because at the end of the day, I've sat in that seat and tried to get things passed. And I didn't come up and talk, but I've tried to be responsible in development, and I've had things get denied, and I've had things go through. I'm saying that this is an irresponsible project, and that I live in Olivenhain. I look to improve properties in Olivenhain, in Encinitas, in Cardiff, in our area, and I try and make the area better for people. And I last time asked everyone up in front of me whether or not you guys had actually gone and driven on to McCain Lane. I don't want to challenge you again, but I'm just curious, did anyone actually, since that last time, go to the site to actually see it?
So, sir, remember how we disclosed this at the beginning?
But we did elect you to represent us. And we've selected people on this board, on the city council, to be our representatives. And this is a project where you've got an individual that does not live in our zip code. And I'm not going to make assumptions that he doesn't care about our zip code. But I will say that if this was in his backyard, I don't know he would take the same approach. And we've heard arguments about safety with traffic, with fires. I'm just saying from a common sense standpoint, if you look at this project, I would never even consider submitting this to you guys in front, because I would look at this and say, this is irresponsible. How is 277 units going to leave in the morning and make a right turn only? I mean, it's going to be a backlog, and we all know that. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the speakers. We also had approximately 68 who have filled out speaker slips but did not want to speak. Would you like me to call them, or you want to just have them registered?
I think you need to read them into the public record.
Okay, that would be great. If I'm going to call your name, and if you're here, can you please raise your hand and let me know that you're here? First name is Kevin Qualmotz. Quellmans. Is Kevin here? Mimi Lucratz and Brian Lucratz. Is Mimi or Brian here? Stella Lynch. Stella here? William Lynch. Is William here? Glenn Bridgen. Glenn? No? Ann Mollison. No. Louise Frank. No? Ann Heck? No? Colin Winfield? Colin, great. James Peterman? No? Oh, is he? Great, thank you. Kevin Daly? Diana Green? No? Lloyd Green? Karen Steven? Oh, Lloyd and Karen are both here, thank you. Karen Steven? Way Grimaldi? Joy Grimaldi? Scott Hagan? Audra Hagan? Michael Andre? I'm here. Great. Lori Wurst? No? Claudia Obeltris? Virginia Estes? No? Mark Mayer? Flo Worst? It's W-O-R-S-C-H? No? Gillian Marcello? And Leo Marcello? Elizabeth Sugarman? Barbara Spiro? Jennifer Nilsson? Julianne Clark? Okay, thank you. Kate Carey? Glenn Coveri? That might have been Kate Coveri. Brian Fortini? Nancy Chappell? Dono Galasco? No? Aaron Plasco, or Plaski? Douglas Warner? Chris Ruiz? Susan DeVincent? William Woodland? Willanen? Here? Rosemary Willanen? Barbie Chrome? Still watching. Okay. Yep. Dan Kirsten? Cindy Olson? Chuck Olson? Wendy Christensen? Michael Christensen? Okay. Robert Swanston? Jill Smith? Okay. Cindy Cremona? Angela Groke? No? Ann Manison? Karen Crute? Nancy Pickett? Kelly Edwards? Anna Edwards? Thank you. Heidi Jessup? Casey Strathan? Or Kaylee, excuse me, Kaylee? Simon Sheed? Brian Siebert? Chris Stranham? Michael Christensen? Yeah. And Elizabeth Christensen? Mark Christensen? Mark, okay. LaJoyce Robinson? Margaret Delis? And the last one is Lori Strom. Okay, perfect. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Before we move forward to the applicant and the appellant rebuttal, we're going to take a little break. So we'll come back at 8:45.
And they literally were driving on the 15, jumping over the freeway on both sides.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. It's exactly 8:45. Try to be timely here. So if you could all take your seats, we could go back to the next part of the evening here. So the next thing we have is rebuttal by applicant appellant. So that would be Randy Goodson first. Okay, hold on a second. We have to wait for people to take their seats and to be quiet, so all attention is on the speaker.
Okay.
All right, everybody seated and ready? Okay. Wait, hold on a second. Are we live? Okay, great.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time again.
Here, wait, let's start over. Can you start his 5 minutes over, please?
I won't take the full 5 minutes. Again, thank you very much for your time. McCain Lane, you've been there. It's going to be completely rebuilt. The road has been approved by your staff. It's approved by our traffic consultants and engineers. It's been reviewed and approved. So the future road will completely handle the traffic for the project perfectly. Most everyone's talking about the upzoning of the site, and that's, water under the bridge. That's happened, and the city went through a multi-year effort, years and years and years, again and again and again. And you did update your site selection, and this site is the only site in Olivenheim. It was the site deemed the least environmentally impactful. And so this was the selected site when the city went through its very, very rigorous EIR process. This was the only site. And it's on your map, and it's not being built at the maximum density. It's being built at a very reasonable density. And people talk about the height, the 5 stories. We have images. This does step up the hill. It is, the height from existing grade is mostly 3 stories. In some cases, it's 2 stories. In very few areas, there's 4. That is in the reports. You have the profiles showing, and your staff could put them up if you want to look at them again. But you cannot take a written analysis that says, oh, this is a 5-story building, and therefore it must look like that. Please look at the profiles and look how the building relates to grade. Thank you very much for your time. We hope you approve the project.
So I don't think I need to tell you the project isn't popular in Liebenheim. Public safety is a serious concern of our citizens, and we hope that you'll make a finding of that. We hope you'll reject the project as recommended by staff with additional findings for public safety and that it doesn't qualify for by right. There's a second item on the docket here, which is the boundary adjustment. Boundary adjustment, if you deny the project, isn't ripe for a decision. It should be set aside just as a matter of practice. It also needs to be set aside on the merits. The 2B parcel, as we talked at the last hearing, is a pre-existing part of Lot 2. It doesn't exist separate or independent. It's got the same APN. They pay the same tax bill. It only exists as part of the unified lot. Rancho Santa Fe Road is also relevant for the boundary adjustment. As John pointed out, when you did the upzoning, 0.32 acres doesn't get lost as a rounding error. That was an intentional decision to upzone the lot adjacent to Rancho Santa Fe Road. And then to kind of point back to what Mike said about the fire and the Weber report is alarming. I agree with him. The Weber report is alarming. It's not intentionally alarming. He modeled a bunch of scenarios. One of them was a sunny day, typical onshore breeze with a fire starting in Barriguitas Lagoon. He models a bunch of different scenarios. None of them are very attractive, but far and away the one that drives fear into our community is the Santa Ana-driven wildfires. We've all lived through several of them. We know that the congestion continues to get worse. We continue to develop back in Levenheim. We're adding ADUs to homes without, looking at public safety considerations either. We need to get ahead of this, and I ask for you guys' support for both of those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have any staff, does staff need to make any clarifications? No? Okay. So I'm going to officially close the public hearing. Now we'll have council discussion and action. So Councilmember Hinsey. Yikes. I don't think that was you.
Test. How's that? It's better. So I feel grateful to my colleagues, especially my Councilmember Mosca and Deputy Mayor Krantz, for encouraging this council to push forward the decision until tonight, when we could get the ample information that we needed to respond to the alarming report that we received from the consultant. I feel reassured by much of the information that we've heard here tonight, and I continue to support this site as a site for multifamily apartment buildings. This site was chosen before I was on council to balance the burden between communities in each portion of our city so that no one part would be overburdened. And when I look at this location, and on my recent visit yesterday to this location, I think that out of all of the places that multifamily housing could be built in Levenheim, this is the right location for it.
Now let's let her have, you had your time to speak. Now let's please let her without interrupting.
A few reasons why is that it is located along transit corridors, one of only 3 east-west corridors in our city. And when you look at the map of how rural Levenheim stretches out, it stretches out to the northeast. So this is the gateway, but this isn't a site further within the community that would impact the country roads that we hear so much about. The location is close to schools, it's close to shops, it's close to restaurants, and it will provide amenities and employment opportunities for the people who would eventually live in that apartment building once developed. So I do agree with many of our speakers that in the last meeting we were all left with a lot of questions. We got more information tonight to be able to review each of those questions in advance. And what I hear from all of you is that you're an extremely cautious community with a very good reason to be so. Many of you have very traumatic lived experiences that have resulted in, that have been death of beloved community members. One testimony we heard of a woman who lost her son prematurely to an accident here on Rancho Santa Fe Road. Many of you have described the traumas that you felt just having to leave your home and not know if you'll ever come back. And so I want to honor those experiences that you've shared with us tonight, and I believe it is our utmost responsibility to keep you safe and to take every precaution that we can to make sure that our actions don't further impact a very scary situation that we face with this portion of our city in the face of climate change. So our role here tonight is to walk a very fine line between state law and between what we're able to do here. And so while many of my concerns related to fire have been alleviated, we still have the responsibility to uphold our city's objective development standards. So far we have 3 housing element sites that have gained approval. That tallies up to 500 new units that have been approved by this council. We have a strong record of approving density bonus projects throughout our city, but in this particular circumstance, the applicant has not demonstrated a strong enough relationship between the waivers and the concessions that we actually have the evidence to be able to grant those waivers. So in a project like this that has so much scrutiny, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we have significant evidence on the record that approving these waivers would violate our existing objective development standards. Because we know that our development standards don't preclude a project of this density and this size and this square footage being built. So on that basis, I would like to make a motion, and the motion is to deny both the appeals before us tonight. I'd like to modify Planning Commission's findings to be able to adopt the draft resolutions within tonight's staff recommendation, and that includes denying the density bonus, denying the density review permit, the design review permit, denying the coastal development permit, and approval of the lot line adjustment.
Joy, did you just turn on your microphone?
I did, but I saw Councilmember Mosca was next to speak, so I was.
Were you going to second the motion?
I was.
Okay, you can do that, and he can still speak.
I will second the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Mosca, did you want to speak?
I still have some questions. I just wanted to there were some questions that were raised during the public comment, and I want to make sure that we get back to those questions. And so the first, I want to just go back to some of the public safety questions that were raised. One was about the traffic count on Rancho Santa Fe Road, and the fact that we see that based on our analysis that road has a capacity of about 1,000, conservatively 1,000 vehicles per hour. But then we heard during public comment that the Weber report looked at a capacity of less because it wasn't basically saying how many per hour in a normal situation, but in evacuation. So I'm wondering, when the fire department analyzes that, do they look at how fast you want the cars to be moving in order to orderly evacuate people in Olivenheim? So in other words, is like if you're just doing, I see Abe, our traffic person there, but if he's doing kind of like an analysis of the capacity on Rancho Santa Fe Road, is that the same thing that you're looking at in terms of evacuation? Because it looks like the Weber report is saying it's something different.
Yeah, I'm going to ask our licensed traffic engineer to answer that question. I do know when I had conversations with Abe, and maybe he can expound on this, there was some conflicting data in the Weber report. He talks about traffic flow. We talk about traffic capacity, and Abe can expound on this, but they're two different definitions and mean two different things. But I'll let Abe go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I did go through the Weber report, mainly the part that talks about traffic, the capacity, and I'm sorry, this thing was blocking my view. Mainly the part that talks about capacity and how it affects travel time. The 550 capacity, 550 vehicles per hour capacity that the Weber report uses does not have anything to do with evacuation. In the report, it doesn't talk about how it comes to that number. It just says it comes from two studies in city of Encinitas in 2016, which I haven't been able to verify because it does not attach those reports and it does not mention which parts of those reports that number is coming from. But it's certainly not about how evacuation may increase the delay or congestion along the corridor or decrease the delay along the corridor because of the fact that most probably those stop signs will not be in effect when we have evacuation. So there are multiple effects. The driveways will most probably be managed in those situations. We'll have first responders, we'll have our sheriff's office present. So how those things can affect the roadway capacity, those are not mentioned in the Weber report. Those are not affecting that 550. And it doesn't have anything to do, there's actually no evaluation that would talk about how evacuation can affect capacity. That's not the case.
So you're saying something completely different. I mean, what you're saying is that essentially that when we're looking at capacity on Rancho Santa Fe Road, that it actually is conservative because you think that we would actually have more efficient ways of moving people through that corridor.
That can be the case. However, as we've heard from public, there will be cases that would negatively and adversely affect that. People panicking will have way more longer vehicles there.
How did we take that into consideration when we say 1,000, but the Weber report says 500? How did we arrive at 1,000?
As a traffic engineer, I cannot stand behind that 550. That doesn't have any basis. That 550 number is wrong.
All right. Thank you. Chief, the applicant today said that his building is going to be the safest place to be in a wildfire. I think that's kind of the quote. It's a defense in place. And I've done a lot in the power space, electric space, and one of the things that we're doing a lot of is hardening the system for fires. And it was really concerning to me that essentially everything in Alevinheim should have a fire protection plan, which essentially says that it should be designed so that it really doesn't add to the ignition or the fire source, or that it basically doesn't allow for continued spread, but that it's really a hardened system, that the landscape, the building, all of the materials that are used are fire hardening materials. And so can you tell us what is the difference between, since this project is not held to the standard of fire protection plan, what is it that he's saying it's the safest place to be in a wildfire? So what are they doing, and what would they be doing if this was held to the standard of a fire protection plan?
Well, I'll answer the first question. I think that was his opinion. And I think the terminology that we're trying to achieve is a shelter-in-place community or shelter-in-place building. This is not being built as a shelter-in-place building. And shelter-in-place is typically used as a last resort. So I wouldn't go that far. But what I would say is that typically buildings built now are built to current fire standards and codes, which have increased throughout the years, and they use different fire-resistant materials than older buildings. So I would say that on average, newer buildings are safer than older buildings, just because they are built to more stringent standards and built with more fire-resistant materials.
All right. I see that we have our specialist on housing law there. And I just want to ask the question about 20%, since it came up a couple of times. And I remember when the law was fairly new several years ago, we were talking about the fact that we now have this new legislation called by right, that if you basically, if the developer proposed 20% of their project, that they were able to get concessions and waivers, and we didn't really know all, what that entailed. But at the time, it was 20% of the overall number of units. And essentially, it was pushed by a lot of affordable housing advocates that wanted more affordable housing. So here, it seems like the state has taken a position that 20% means the base density, excluding all of the layered on incentives from the state. And so I'm just wondering, how did we get to the point where we're now basically looking at not 20% based on base density, or based on the base density, but not the overall project? I mean, a lot of folks are saying, wait, it's 277 units, so therefore there should be 20%, 56 units, but it's not. So how did we get from like that logical, okay, 20% means 20%, to now it's 20% of base density, so really the project itself is only like 14%. Especially since this was something that the state embraced for more affordable housing.
I think the presentation you saw with the interpretation of HCD is basically how we got there. The city initially, when some of the first projects came in on the R30 sites, told the developers that 20% of the total number of units, including the density bonus units, needed to be affordable. The developers basically then complained to HCD, which then wrote the letter that you saw saying that 20% means 20% excluding density bonus units. We actually looked at the legislative history of of that provision and couldn't find anywhere in it where it either talked about 20% of total units or 20, or talked about excluding density bonus units. It was silent on that interpretation. in the Housing Accountability Act, there are findings that need to be made if there are 20% total units, which this project does not have. Anyway, so the HCD interpretation is essentially how we got where we are.
All right. And then, all right. The other question was about the boundary adjustment that we have. Can you talk a little bit about, Roy, can you talk a little bit about how, I think somebody had put up a slide about, which may look like it came from our housing element site list, that did at the time, did we actually disclose the total acreage of that parcel, and it was inclusive of Rancho Santa Fe Road? And if it wasn't, what's the consequence of that?
So when we do the site analysis for the housing element and we selected this site, the analysis was based on, first, the APN, identifying the assessor parcel number, and then based on our estimation of the site based on our GIS records. Unfortunately, at the time, we didn't have the data or the details that are prescribed in grant deeds and title reports that explicitly define the boundaries of a lot. So it was anticipated at the time that once a development comes forward, then we would reevaluate and assess the compliance of these projects with our standards based on the site-specific analysis, meaning the grant deed, the title report that clearly defines the limits of these properties. And in this case, the limits of the property clearly is defined, including the center of Rancho Santa Fe Road. There is a specific easement that is excluded, and it's prescribed in the title report for this particular project. It's also important to note there was a comment made about the boundaries or the limits of the overlay zone. When it's clear in our municipal code that the zone boundaries extend to the center line of the road, and that it's clearly defined in our municipal code. So when we updated our zoning map, that the overlay zone for all the properties extended to the center line of the road.
All right. All right, those are all the questions I have right now.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just make a few comments. So I support denying this project, and I'll be supporting the motion. I was persuaded by the testimony and the analysis of our fire chief today about the assumptions that were made in the Weber report. I think that we're all better off from having had that deeper analysis, and I know sometimes it can be difficult to call into question other professionals and the assumptions that are made in reports, and I think going deeply into those was really important. So I'm glad that we took the time to do that, and I thank you, our fire chief and the professional staff, for your honesty in doing that. And I also want to recognize the strong advocacy of the community, going forth and raising money and hiring your own expert and creating a sense of dueling experts to try to make your case. There's a lot of investment of time and energy in that, and I know that it comes from a profound sense of fear and wanting to make sure that you're as safe as possible in your home. And there's nothing more profound, I think, than that desire to be safe in your home. And so I hope you know that we take that all very seriously as well. And we want you to be safe, and we have invested in that. And that's why the fire chief also went into the numbers of things that have been done to try to make our city as safe as possible in all ways. I think it's also important to mention that there was evidence that was submitted into the record that shows our city's development standards don't preclude a project being built at the density that's allowed. So voting to deny this project, in the previous hearing, we had a lot of testimony about the development standards and whether the developer was entitled to the waivers and concessions. And so I think that there was ample evidence to prove that the project could be built at the densities that are allowed under state law. So I want to thank everyone for their two full nights of testimony on this project, and also our professional staff and our attorney, housing attorney, for coming for this hearing and allowing us to really air this in the fullest way possible. Councilmember Kranz, or Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Thank you, and I want to follow up on a couple of questions from Councilmember Mosca having to do with the by right aspects. And so one of the questions that I have for Roy is whether, if we were to uphold that part of the appeal and the developer were to go back and submit a project that had more units, including more affordable, would it be possible to add units to get to the point where you were then the 20%? That make any sense to you? In other words, it's a math problem, and if the developer is not maxed out on what they can, the actual number of units under the density bonus law, they could theoretically come back and exceed the 20%, or at least get to the 20%. Is that correct?
Let me take a shot at preparing an answer. If I'm understanding, if the developer were to, or if the 20% would be based on the total number of units, inclusive of the density bonus units, then you are correct that it is a math, that they would just increase the number of affordable unit. As you are aware, that the density bonus, that the project has not maximized the number of density bonus units that they could produce or provide.
Right, and so I think it's pretty clear that the developer is not interested in having to deal with CEQA, and therefore he's highly incentivized to get to that point. He's doing it with an interpretation that I think other projects that we processed under our housing element have had the same rules, right? We're not, this is per Barbara's explanation, we've calculated it in this way on other projects as well.
That is correct. We recently approved 2 by right density bonus projects at 1967 Vulcan Avenue, and also at the corner of Encinitas Boulevard and Goyle Gardens Drive, the northeast corner of that intersection, which is the Sunshine Gardens project. And
So,
we applied the 20% based on the base density and not the total number of units.
So it'd be a little problematic to try and change at this point because of that precedent, as well as the fact that it's likely they'd figure out a way to get to the 20, whatever rules we set, in order to avoid CEQA. So that's the concern that I have with upholding that part of the finding. I also wanted to take an opportunity. I know Mr. Goodson's been up here a couple of times, and he's talked a lot about the process of the housing element. And as a guy who's been around for a lot of knockdown, drag-out battles over our lack of a housing element, I think it was Mr. Hutter that's filed one of the first lawsuits back in, I believe it was 2015 or so, because the city did not have a compliant housing element. And it was out of that process. We had already begun the process of a housing element and updating it. And it did get, it was pretty contentious. It ended up on the ballot as Measure T under Proposition A. And as a council, Mayor Blakespear was here. She was council member at the time. We did go over a number of sites, and in that particular instance, we struggled a little bit with trying to be selective about what sites we did. So we actually had 3 different housing element maps, and then we did an environmental, an EIR, that looked at all of the different sites. And Mr. Goodson is right. His site was one of those that was selected as a map that was referred to by staff as the environmentally superior alternative. So that was put on the ballot in 2016 as part of the settlement of the lawsuit that had been filed. And unfortunately, it didn't pass. So that rekindled the lawsuits. We end up in court. the leadership of Mayor Blakespear, who was elected to be mayor in 2016, we put together a housing element task force, had a ton of meetings. Mr. Goodson attended, pitched his project that he was going to propose, which was the senior apartment complex. And it was going to be 200 units. Very specific letter detailing what was going to be built. And so we had a choice at that time. We had developer interest in the parcel right across the street. So as a council, we listened to you pitch your project, and we accepted your pitch. Your letter was very specific. It's currently in our housing element, your letter. So the project that we're considering here is not the same as your letter. But the law is the law, and so we're considering your project that you've proposed. But it's, I think, important to note that your parcel is on the map in part because of the pitch that you made. You're a heck of a salesman. And so here we are tonight looking at this. We've done some pretty important analysis. I do appreciate the work of the chief and staff to address the issues related to fire safety. I still have some concerns, but I think that you know, the evidence doesn't support upholding the appeal on that particular issue. So the other thing that I would like to mention is that as part of the EIR that we did for Measure T, we came back, that was a programmatic EIR, which means that you kind of look at 20,000 feet. There was an expectation that there would be project level EIRs. And in fact, the one that we approved for Fox Point Farms, there was an EIR done for that. They weren't in a by right situation, so they had to do that. I would certainly welcome you doing an EIR. That'd be great. You may be by right, you're not obligated to, but that'd be great. And that, I think, would be key to addressing some of the issues that have been raised in the two hearings that we've had on this issue. So ultimately, I recognize you don't have that obligation under the law. The laws have changed significantly. The environment has changed significantly in the 6 years since we did that EIR. So I think ultimately it's kind of unfortunate the way you know, that we got into, you know, the environmental assessment from the environmental impact report, but we did what we needed to do, and it was under court order and a lot of challenges, but we got it approved. And here we are tonight. I appreciate the analysis that the city manager ordered and staff reviewed, and I will be supporting the motion. I would like to ask, the suggested action here on the prompter here says a coastal development permit, but this is not in the coastal zone, so I think that we need to scratch that from the motion.
That is correct.
I will amend my motion to remove the approval of the coastal development permit.
That's acceptable.
Okay, great. Councilmember Mosca.
Yeah, I just have a few closing comments. I first want to join in and thank staff for the additional analysis and just for, I guess, what, 2 years now? Has it been 2 years reviewing this application? So thank you for all the work that you've done on this application over the last couple of years. It's not been easy. Also want to thank the community for coming out tonight. I think public comment is so extraordinarily important. It really does allow us to see issues in ways that we may not have, you know, one time looked at it in that same way. And so I think public comment is always important. So you really play an important role in this process. And so thank you for sticking with it through, what, 5, 6, you know, CPP hearings and these meetings. And so thank you for coming to all of them. Just want to leave a few comments, which is one, in terms of the waivers. I think I think the evidence points to the fact that this development does not need these waivers. This is a project that we haven't seen before. We hired a consultant to do additional analysis that wasn't possible in-house. And the analysis came back and let us know that these waivers were not needed, that this project was not precluded by the standards that we have, the objective standards that we have in place. And so I think on that basis alone, the denial of this project is warranted. I also have real concerns about the by right status. I think that the state, when they passed that legislation, it was about incentivizing more affordable housing. And here we have a state agency that is basically erring on the side of less affordable housing. And we're now taking their lead. And so I would push back and say that 20% means 20%, doesn't mean 14%. It means 20% of the overall project. And so I think HCD got that wrong. And we are now creating precedent on the city level by following that 20%, how it's calculated. And I mean no disrespect to anybody when I say that I do believe that there is I do believe that when you put hundreds of more cars on that road, Rancho Santa Fe Road, and on that intersection, such an important intersection, regardless of evacuation, it's an important intersection. There's only so many ways in and out of the community of Liebenhain, and certainly most of the fires that we've seen come through the northeast, come through the east, and so I think it's not unreasonable that some of those other evacuation routes would not be there and available. And so I do think that putting hundreds of more cars on that intersection does create a very significant impact to public safety. And so I believe it's there. So, but I think that based on the waivers alone, that this project should not move forward because of the fact that our development standards do not preclude this proposed project from being built. So.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and vote.
Let the record show the motion passes in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. We have our next item.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. Well, let staff turn over here. We have a mobility circulation element update. When you guys are ready and have it pulled up, let us know, and I'll ask for quiet. Okay, are you guys ready over there? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. So if you wouldn't mind transitioning your conversations into the hallway, that would be great. So you're Mr. Associate Planner Jedinak?
Yes, that's me, Jednak.
Jednak. Is that how you pronounce it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, and welcome to our city.
Yes, thanks.
I don't know if you've done a presentation to council before, have you?
I did actually, was it a couple meetings back?
Oh, it was on Zoom.
Cannabis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good to see you in the flesh.
Yeah, likewise. Okay, good evening, City Council. I'm Evan Jednak, Project Planner for the Mobility Element Update. The mobility element, otherwise known as the circulation element, is an element of the city's general plan that identifies a multimodal transportation network to serve the community's needs. The last comprehensive update to the element was in 1989, when the population was much lower and transportation options were very different. Since then, the city has grown and transportation options continue to expand. So the mobility element guides decision-making related to the city's transportation network. This element plans for diverse forms of mobility, such as pedestrian, bicycle, public transit, new mobility forms, vehicles, and goods movement, which are called modes of transportation collectively. And so it'll lay out a vision for how to improve the transportation network into the future through goals, policies, and multimodal networks. As part of the mobility element update, the city will consolidate the progressive policies from its various strategic community and neighborhood plans into one citywide framework. The mobility element update will build on numerous previous planning efforts and studies, such as the housing element update, climate action plan, the active transportation plan, rail corridor vision study, cross connect, and others. So there are 3 project phases, and each phase has key tasks that drive the project forward. The first phase is the visioning, strategy, and existing conditions phase. This is what's currently underway and will result in an outline of existing conditions and goals. The second phase is network development and analysis, which will occur in early 2022. The third and final phase is the network selection and environmental review, which will occur from mid-22 to 23. Each phase will be informed by community and stakeholder input and outreach. That's where we are now, first phase. And so here's a summary of the public outreach that has occurred thus far. In June, we had a briefing to the Traffic and Public Safety Commission. In July, there was a briefing to the Planning Commission. On August 10th, we had our virtual public workshop with breakout sessions. From August 10th to September 30th was an online version of the virtual workshop. In August, we had a pop-up engagement at Leucadia Farmers Market. In September, we had a similar pop-up engagement at EcoFest, and then in October, pop-up engagement at the Oktoberfest. So there are many key considerations to consider in analyzing mobility in the city, and we'll highlight a few in the following slides. So this zoning map shows key city land uses, housing, employment, schools, parks, shopping centers. Much of the city is zoned for residential use, we can see, with other uses concentrated along corridors and nodes. This key destinations map shows specific key destinations within land uses seen from the zoning map, many of which were identified by community members. This map highlights opportunities for connecting Encinitas residents to the places they want to go. Some examples of key destinations would be the library, Encinitas Village Shopping Center, Leucadia Oaks Park, beach access points, the Mira Costa College. Another thing to consider as we develop the plan would include topography. This slope map shows natural constraints within the city. So the very topography influences how the city is built, as well as which transportation modes are most compatible in different areas. We also need to consider safety. Collision data shown here helps measure the safety of the mobility network. The record of collisions by type shows potential areas in need of safety improvements. Corridors such as El Camino Real, Coast Highway, and Santa Fe Drive experienced a greater concentration of collisions. Here's a map of posted traffic speeds, which helps identify how fast automobiles may travel and the function of the roadway, in addition to how suitable it may be for active transportation. Here we have maps with volumes of traffic, pedestrians, and bicycles. The data here is sourced from the city's active transportation plan and numerous speed surveys, which help show which modes use which roadways. When compared, these maps highlight corridors where multimodal transportation is currently more used and opportunities for enhancing modes along key corridors. For example, Coast Highway has more pedestrian and bike use when compared to other areas of the city. This corridor also has significant traffic volume, which would be expected. Here's commute mode share with data sourced from Sandag, which shows how Encinitas residents use the city's transportation network to access employment. An updated survey to determine commute mode share is being completed as part of the related modal alternatives project and will inform this mobility element as well. It can be seen here most Encinitas residents drive alone to work, and this data helps reveal which modes of transportation may need strengthening. The data also helps provide a baseline for developing solutions to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with local climate goals. As described earlier, part of the mobility element update is updating the multimodal networks. This map is of current and planned pedestrian facilities. It shows a large portion of the city's active transportation network. The map reveals which areas have more access to pedestrian facilities and which areas have opportunities for creation and enhancement of facilities. While some neighborhoods in Old Encinitas and New Encinitas have a more connected pedestrian network, other areas have significant gaps. So on this map, solid lines are existing facilities and dashed lines are proposed. Here's a similar map of current and planned bike facilities showing another key portion of the city's active transportation network. Both existing and planned bike facilities are concentrated in the western and central portions of the town. You can see Levenheim has fewer facilities. And again, we're looking at existing facilities and solid lines. Dashed lines are proposed projects from the 2018 ATP. This transit network map shows transit routes and stops. The data shows that main corridors in the western and central portions of Encinitas are currently best served by transit, and transit is provided by North County Transit District, NCTD. This street network classification map shows the city's adopted street classifications, and these classifications were assigned when the circulation element was originally adopted in 1989. Several portions do not align with the constructed roadway network. Other portions may align more closely with the current use. This map shows locations of designated truck routes. As with the street network classifications, these routes were assigned back in 1989. And this map provides additional information about roadway users in addition to, cars, bikes, pedestrians. And so this is all kind of describing what goes into a multimodal transportation network. It must serve many modes, needs, and functions, and will incorporate all the information touched on in previous slides into one network. A key goal of this project will be to ensure that the city has a system of networks that work together to serve these diverse needs, connecting residents to places that they need to go. And so the next couple slides will illustrate some of the primary survey results from the recent public workshop that was conducted virtually in August. So this bar graph shows the result of a key question on goals and priorities, which will help the project team understand the community's many diverse goals and interests. For this first activity, to rank the goals that should be considered when updating the mobility network, the top two responses were safety, so reducing the number, rate, and severity of collisions, and mobility options, which were expanding the number of options available, including transit, walking, and biking. This bar graph shows the results of a key question on modal needs and improving transportation choices. So for the question of what were your top needs for improving personal transportation choices, the top two responses were increasing the quantity, quality, and safety of pedestrian facilities, and similarly increasing quantity, quality, safety of bike facilities. So during the virtual workshop, outreach events, and online activities, the public could identify road stretches and make comments, suggestions across all transportation modes. So this map shows location-specific comments from the outreach. The colored lines shown here are split up by mode as indicated down on the legend. Some of the examples of comments we include were a big one were along North Vulcan, bike lanes and contiguous sidewalks and pedestrian paths are needed. Another one was that additional bike and ped facilities needed along Santa Fe to close gaps. So regarding North Vulcan and Santa Fe, these are both popular routes to schools, and many comments we've received have focused on creating safer bike ped routes to schools and closing the gaps, getting continuous paths. Other comments included sidewalks needed along Orpheus. Another one was that traffic calming is needed along Encinitas Boulevard and El Camino Real. Similarly, this map here shows location-specific comments from outreach, only these are points as opposed to lines for the road stretches shown in the last slides. So this illustrates hotspot areas that are problematic or in need of further attention. So again, these comments were across all transportation modes and came during the outreach. These graphs and maps will inform development of the proposed networks and the eventual goals and policies of the mobility element. And noted here that the dots located in the gray area outside city limits were general or citywide comments that were not specific to a location. Yeah. So some of these examples, some popular ones, the Leucadia Vulcan and the Leucadia 101 intersection experiences significant delays, perhaps due to traffic signal timing. There's an opportunity for additional transit center, perhaps, at El Camino Real and Encinitas Boulevard, was a comment received. One of them was regarding the nature trail at Cottonwood Creek Park and how it just dead ends and how it could be expanded to connect someplace else. So in a lot of these comments along the train tracks here are calling for additional legal crossing points, which has been a consistent comment so far. So that summarizes what has been done so far, the outreach, and now we will briefly touch on the next steps for the project. So we're still in phase 1 of the project. We're currently tabulating all the data collected from the various outreach conducted so far. So in addition to the workshop, the online mapping tool, and pop-up events, we also conducted a survey for the ATP implementation plan, also known as the Modal Alternatives Project, which I touched on briefly earlier. We did receive over 1,200 responses to that survey. So all of that data is being processed and tabulated now, and that will all work to inform the mobility element goals and policies, as well as the ATP implementation plan. And we realized that new modes like e-bikes have seen a surge in use recently, especially among youth. So we're working to make sure considerations are given to these new alternative transportation modes, which could expand to include things like scooters and electric golf carts, etc. Some of the data shown from these maps here from even a couple years ago, and obviously the ones from many years ago will not have brought e-bikes into consideration. You know, it's fairly new, so that's something that we're working on as we develop these goals and policies. So in phase 2, the next phase that'll be upcoming, the project team will refine all the data collected and apply it to developing at least 2, possibly 3 circulation network alternatives. The network alternatives may include similar concepts, but with different levels of implementation costs corresponding to different multimodal roadway cross sections, a few options. And the project team will analyze the network alternatives using multimodal networks and bring those forth for another public outreach, and then, you know, eventually back to council. So this concludes the presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, well, that was a lot of information. Thank you. I was looking at the thickness of the road on Encinitas Boulevard, which there were only like 3 roads that were as thick as that one, and we just spent many hours talking about the capacity of that road. And let's see, was it this? You have it pulled up.
Was it this one?
Yeah, so they're prime arterial. That's obviously El Camino Real. But then Encinitas Boulevard is the only other one. I mean, to the east, it becomes a major, what's called major. There aren't that many majors, right? So in terms of citywide capacity, that road has a lot. But let me call on my colleagues here. Let me see. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I very much appreciate this. I do have a question for the city manager. It's my recollection that when we were doing our budgeting and talking about positions in the city, there was going to be a mobility manager. Is this him? No?
Unfortunately not.
Is there one? Is there one coming?
Evan actually started in January, but yes, we're getting a mobility coordinator. He's going to be starting on November the 29th.
Okay. Maybe it was inappropriate that I asked that question with you in the room, but I'm sorry,
That's
I
quite
had
all
to get the
right.
answer to that.
I just found out he didn't get the job.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Little experience under your belt, that'll help, yes. No, I appreciate this. There have been, just kind of going through there fairly quickly, some kind of interesting observations. One of which is that our current circulation element has a map in it that had, when the general plan was adopted with the circulation element, it has had projected capacity of the roads 25 years from now. And now we're 35 years, and I'm wondering what they projected when the housing element was adopted, the general plan was adopted, how close did they get? Or are we way over? Have we put any tubes out? I haven't seen any tubes. Are we doing any traffic counts yet?
There were some traffic counts done between 2017 and 2021, and I believe those were reflected in one of the slides here. I believe that the pedestrian and bike maps shown here were based on some counts done recently.
So the vehicles shows that those streets that are the heavier magenta lines are 33,000, and I don't think the circulation element that was adopted 25 years ago or 35 years ago is anywhere near that many. But I think that the reason I bring it up is because the point has frequently been made that traffic in this city sucks. And, I think it's always been a goal to update the circulation element, a goal of mine to see that we get as many creative minds as possible on the problem of how to address traffic woes. And there may, in fact, especially during peak hours, morning and night, not be any good solutions. But ultimately, I'm looking for this new element to hopefully give us a map to addressing some of the concerns that the community has, because traffic is the thing I hear about most often. I don't know about anybody else, but that's definitely the one that I hear the most often. So I also wanted to ask about some of the surveys there. It looks like the survey said 63 and 64 respondents. Is that because we just didn't get that much engagement the way we were offering the survey, or is there a way to get more responses to those questions? Is it something we can put out again, or how does that work?
So those were questions put up right after the workshop. So perhaps people that, or let me bring those up here. So yeah, these were questions put up right after the workshop. So I'm not sure, did it include respondents at the workshop as well? Okay. So,
I'm just concerned of it just doesn't reflect a whole lot of engagement, and I don't know if there's something more we should be doing. That's, I guess, what I'm after is there something more we could do to get more engagement on this issue?
We're trying, and that's why we did the pop-up events, and we're trying to get more activity and bring people that are more focused on maybe the ATP implementation plan to participate in the mobility element. The mobility element, even the MAP project, the ATP implementation plan, though we got 1,200 responses to the survey, only 12 people participated actually in the workshop last week. So I think we're trying to figure out ways to bring the information to the public to get them to participate more. This instance, there was only 2 questions and then the mapping exercise. I don't know if we didn't receive any comments about it being too cumbersome in the sense of it being a computer exercise. These questions were asked during that workshop as well. There are more opportunities to participate, and we've continued to ask for feedback and information from the public. as we went to the farmer's market this last weekend. We're going again probably in another week as well. If there's other ideas or other groups that you think that would be helpful to spread the word, please let us know. We are using those multiple groups to help us send out information, so it's not just coming from the city's list.
I wonder if working with the high schools might be an idea, but moving on, a couple quick things. One, that map that showed Manchester and the speeds, that seems pretty excessive, and I don't know, if our goal is to, I didn't see the phrase complete streets in this presentation at all. And, so the question with speeds at 50 to 65 miles an hour on that stretch of Manchester east of the 5, that's pretty fast. And, how to get those speeds down. We did get an email from Christine Schindler, who suggested lane narrowing and bike pathing and a little bit more effort to implement some complete streets techniques to slow speeds down. And I get that that people are on their way home and they want to get home and all that sort of thing. But I think that if you measure that distance from the 5 to, say, Levenheim Road / Leucadia Boulevard, the difference in 10 miles an hour is really not all that great for people. So, figuring out a way to slow things down is a really high priority for me. La Costa Avenue was supposed to maybe be accelerated in this process. Because we have some immediate needs with significant development over in that corridor, and there was going to be a look at the reclassification of that road because it's currently classified as a arterial and 4 lanes, and so the question is whether we're going to get that reclassified any sooner than the entire element. And then finally, I agree with Donna Westbrook that we should be calling this a circulation element still. I don't know what legal steps we need to take to make it officially the mobility element. I do at least appreciate that you're putting circulation in parentheses, but the fact is we have not legally adopted a mobility element, and I look forward to doing that, but currently we have a circulation element. Thanks.
So you think they should be switched? It should be circulation and then in parentheses mobility?
Probably legally, but I don't know the legalities. Maybe it doesn't matter, maybe it's a semantic thing and it just doesn't matter. But people don't know what a mobility element is, and a lot of people don't know what a circulation element is, but that's what we've got is a circulation element. So.
Okay. I don't think anyone knows what an element is.
That's a good point.
But I think mobility is more commonly used than circulation.
Carlsbad has mobility, but legally we've adopted a circulation element. So again, it's a legal issue. So we'll turn to the city attorney to write a memo on it or something. But anyhow, thanks for the work. It's a great look at what you've done so far. I know there's a long ways to go, and I look forward to continuing this process.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Lyons.
I'm so happy to see this information. Thank you. And I know Evan knows me because I'm like a mobility groupie. I pop up everywhere you go with this stuff. So he knows I've been there, and I've also listened to what some other folks have to say. And I will continue to. I do want to make a couple points, and it could be because you were just trying to get at this from a high perspective, a broad perspective. But you mentioned goals up front, and I always feel like from a planning perspective, and I know you're a planner, you establish your goals really clearly up front, and then you measure how you're achieving them based on what your recommendations are throughout the process. And in your efforts yet, have you clarified specifically what your goals are? And you don't need to go into it right now, but I'm just wondering, it wasn't part of the presentation, but if we don't have clear goals yet, will that come next?
Yeah, so we don't have a list of clear goals yet. We are waiting, for the results of all the data. As I mentioned, the ATP survey did have the 1,200 respondents, so that's all being tabulated. We want to make sure that we really pour through all this data before we get, goals down on paper. But that basically will be the next step, to get all the data that we've gathered and put that into making the goals next.
Awesome. To contribute to that thought process, I'd like to kind of emphasize a few things. One has to do with what Deputy Mayor Kranz was just talking about as far as traffic studies, because I think really one of our goals should be that we look at the volume of traffic. And I think that's where we've gotten in trouble in some parts of town, because perhaps maybe we haven't been proactive enough about addressing in advance what traffic is going to be generated by the land uses that are right next to it or that are in that corridor. And so capacity of our streets, depending on all the different types of mobility, seems to me to be a fundamental goal that we want to aim for and achieve improvement. And I think our future housing element projects need to absolutely be involved in us not only knowing where we're at right now with our traffic studies, with our traffic capacity studies, but also where we've said we're going in the future. I'm just imagining the intersection of Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas Boulevard, and even though I think both of those streets have some good capacity now, as we move forward to fully build out the housing elements in that area, we need to be thinking about all the different ways people are going to want to circulate in that area. It's just an amazingly important corridor. So I'd like to make sure that I'm on the record to say that. Also, something I heard other people say when I was interfacing with groups over this was how important schools are. And you did mention that, and I do just want to emphasize it. I think it's one of the biggest issues I hear in my district is either walking, biking, or driving to school. Those are all issues. And then we've got the parking, we've got the red curbs, we've got the loading zones. There's so many things that end up trying to happen in the same place where schools are. And being creative about alternate routes to school that maybe aren't along the roads. And that's where you were talking about trails, and where can we capture some of that that's safe for the children to walk to school so there's not the interface with traffic. And as far as just general goals, I'm going to throw out a few things because it reminds me that when we do things, we should look back at our strategic plan and see what we said was important to us. And, I always try to use that as a touchstone because that consistency with what we've said is important to us, and then how we execute all our plans now and in the future, I think, creates good confidence that we are planning well. And a couple things that I know are in our strategic plan are equity, and I think the lens of equity and circulation are important, making sure that we're providing for all the people, the range of people, and the range of needs in the community. I think that somewhat goes without saying, but I do think we have to articulate it just to, communicate that that's an important aspect of how we're looking at circulation. And I will always go to resilience and sustainability that are really tied to our environmental strategic planning objectives. And I saw that you mentioned the CAP as one of the guiding documents, so I appreciate that. I'd love to see how we're also addressing some of our goals that are in our CAP in this mobility/circulation element. Thanks.
Do you mind if I jump in after her? Because I just want to really follow up on what she's saying. So as the current chair of the county's transportation agency, we are considering looking out to 2050 and saying, how do we want to be able to move around in this county? And so a lot of the data that you have shown up here for the city is the kind of thing that Sandag is doing for the entire county, layering on these different mode shifts. So I think it is critically important, as Joy said, for everyone's benefit that we articulate goals. So at Sandag, it's summarized as a transportation network that's cleaner, greener, and faster. And so when you start thinking about those things and you say congestion relief is a goal, meeting our climate goals, our emission reduction requirements is a goal, then you start to build your projects around that. And the equity considerations around having a transit network that doesn't just serve the transit dependent, but serves more people, choice riders, who make the choice to use transit instead of having that only be for people who absolutely desperately need it. I think all of those things are really important for us to articulate. And it's also this circulation element, mobility element, there's always been this lack of a connection between our climate action plan and the cold, hard reality that our emissions come 50% from the transportation sector. But we have not been able to tabulate when we do bicycle projects and we put in a protected bike lane on Highway 101 and it's filled with bike riders, how much emission reduction are we getting from mode shifting there? Even if it's imprecise, I mean, we should really be tabulating these things, because this council has gone all in on transportation improvements and trying to figure out how to tabulate that in a way that's really productive for our city and basically to get credit for things we're already doing. I think that's really important. And so we've talked about this conceptually. I've talked about it with the city manager, but it hasn't, and with our climate action coordinator, but it just hasn't manifested yet. So my hope is that that would be a key part of this, would be figuring out the emissions reductions from mode shift. And so if when you talk to people, some of the survey questions seemed, they were designed to get certain answers, like what are your top goals when it comes to providing transportation choices? That doesn't, when someone's answering congestion relief, that's not responsive to a choices type of question. So, some of that, I'm not exactly sure on the rigor that went into some of those questions, but regardless, I think that we're able to take the survey data, do more survey data, but then also come up with things that are already in line with our city's goals, which Joy talked about, and I'm repeating, and are also state law requirements with the emissions reductions. So, one of those slides said 75% drive alone to work. So when you just look at that alone, and I think that data came from Sandag, but when you look at that alone, you say like, wow, we have a lot of capacity for improvement here. The schools point is really important, because there are so many trips for people's local public schools that are so close by. And so if we can really focus in on how do we mode shift around schools, allow buses we could help subsidize buses and making it easier to bike and walk. There's so many kids between the ages of 10 and 16 that parents would feel comfortable letting them bike if they felt safe with the road network. And it's so many trips, it's so much emissions and congestion relief that we would get out of that. So I think, this seems very rudimentary to me, but it does seem like we're on the right track. I'm glad we funded it and we're starting it. And I think, starting future presentations with goals is a really important improvement that I think we should really lean into. Thank you for letting me jump in front of you. I just wanted to follow up on Joy's point, because she basically was making very similar points. Councilmember Hinsey.
Yes, thank you for making those bigger points, because I was not going to do that, but I'm inspired now to say that we probably should articulate some other things that exist in portions of the city. For example, we just have a Vision Zero commitment that we recommitted to recently, and so if that can be embedded in this mobility element, I think that would be great. Another issue that the mayor touched on is the consequences of regional projects here in our city. So when you look at Sandag's plan for Encinitas, there are some things that I think we're really eager for, and some things that maybe we're not as eager for, or they haven't done the outreach about. But there are some projects that are just so important to us that I think we should be, as a council and as a city, engaging at Sandag to say we really want grade separation at Leucadia Boulevard intersection, for example. Like, that would achieve so many of the things we want to do. We really want walking, biking facilities on both sides of the rail through Leucadia and Encinitas. So what do we need to do now to be able to prepare for the drainage issues that will come up once we're building those trails? So some focus on regional prioritization that we can put our weight behind here locally, I think would be really important to include. And that includes rail crossings, obviously, but I know you hear so much about that that I won't say any more. I agree with Councilmember Krantz' comment that just generally, now that we have more of the control over bringing speeds down, that should be a big focus for us. Is it easy to do in neighborhoods where people have asked for this for years, but yet speeds are too high to do that? How can we start doing some of those neighborhood streets, but then also totally on Manchester and totally on El Camino Real, those speeds need to come down. And that also brings up the question of protected bike lanes, which I think we've seen more of those in our city. We've seen more success with those in our city. So if we do have streets that have a high speed, then we should have the priority in our mobility element that we're putting in a protected bike lane there. We should have protected bike lanes on Manchester and Encinitas Boulevard and the portions of Lacoste Avenue and Leucadia Boulevard where we don't. Let's see. I agree with Councilmember Lyons' comments that an intersection like Quill Gardens Drive on one end and then Westlake on the other, that's such a key street that I really don't think that we have a plan for. And that is where I stood there 3 times last month and just watched the morning commute. And if we can make that street a safer street, then we have really completed a gap for a lot of the students that are going to schools there. Let's see, what else? I did tell Jim Wong that I would put in his request. He would reiterate his request for bike sensors. That's a problem that I experienced too, especially on this corner here at Vulcan and D Street. There's no sensor on that signal, so you can wait forever as a bike and have to wait for a car to come before it changes. And so, yeah, another question that came up from a member of Bike Walk Encinitas was that when we see projects in locations where we currently don't have a complete streets project, it's really hard for us to get the developer to agree to do that complete streets project. So what can we do as a city that's really just our goals that are overlaid over the whole city, that we don't find ourselves in a position of being like, oh shoot, here's a development and we can't ask them for the right-of-way for a bike lane, we can only ask for the right-of-way for a sidewalk. How can we ask for more right-of-way to be able to have the bike lane and the sidewalk on that street, even if it's sort of a patchwork? And then the last thing is that, so there are streets in our city that are really tricky for us to be able to address the issues about because we haven't adopted them into our city's circulation element. And it makes it really hard for us to say that we can work on them or fix them. So I assume there'll be a point in this process where we're reevaluating if we have streets that should be adopted into our circulation element. Is that the case? Is that to come soon?
Are you referring to streets that are privately owned or publicly owned but privately maintained? Yes. We can look into that and see how we could, at a minimum, we'll be able to classify what that road should be. But in terms of maintenance, ongoing maintenance of the streets and responsibility, that's something that we'll discuss internally with our legal counsel and our consultant, and how we can incorporate that into the element, if we can.
Okay, thank you. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Sandag has done some really amazing stuff with these lines that go all over the place, right? You know? And I think that data is available, so it would show, one of these maps would show like a whole bunch of people live in New Encinitas and they go these directions. And I don't know if we can borrow that information or see what program they use, but I think that could be very useful. These maps are all very helpful, but maybe those could be as well to see if there's any patterns that develop. So that would be good. I do think that, to Mayor Blakespeare's point regarding the what was it about, you know, the mode shifting and measuring that. We currently have, I think, a huge boom at our schools, junior high on up, even some elementary schools, getting with those students that are now biking to school regularly and frequently e-biking. I think it might be useful to know a little bit more about how they get to where they're going and how far they're going and things like that. Because for each e-biker there is at school, I suspect we are replacing what turns out to be, 4 trips, parents taking their kid to school and then going back home and then going back to school and, blah, blah, blah. So I think there's a great opportunity there, and I hope we can follow up on that. And then finally, it looks like there's going to be Infrastructure Week coming up next week. And so I hope that there's a way that we can participate in the bounty that may be. And I know that I frequently get my hopes up about grant opportunities only to have those hopes dashed because we don't compete because we're a fairly wealthy community. But it seems like there is a pretty significant opportunity there, and I hope with bridges, I know our ATP has bridges in it. I know we haven't designed any of them, so maybe that's just a dream. But the ATP was really cool, especially in the Encinitas Boulevard, Vulcan intersection with some bridges that took pedestrians and bikes overhead, and so anyhow, great job, thank you.
I just have a couple more comments. So first I want to say that just this week at my kids' school, there was an assembly on e-bike safety. Christine Schindler, Judy Burlfine, and the sheriff's deputies were all there. And they were presenting about how to ride predictably and make eye contact and click your helmet. My kids said they really focused on how to click your helmet because so many kids ride with it open. But I think the point about schools is just we have a discrete number, and we could get good data about how, e-bikes are like spilling out onto the street at some schools. There are so many kids e-biking. So it does seem like we should really be able to get some data that we could use in this about kids and biking in schools. And then to Deputy Mayor's point about commute patterns, like what Sandag's, the scattershot thing is what are our employment hubs? Because employment drives most trips. So when you think about if we have the Scripps Hospital and City Hall and flock freight that people are going to, is there a way for us to help make that happen in any way from more reliable transit or to, like microtransit, a smaller bus from the train station or that kind of thing, and you can see where people are coming from to get to work. So that is a really useful tool. And then the last point that I would love if we were able to make some programmatic improvements for our city. So things that said, we know that we care about biking and walking in this city. So whenever X and so happens, we always do X and so. Like, for example, I was reading an article about a city that said that you have to put in a protected bike lane if the speeds and volumes are over a certain amount. So the city is basically limiting itself, but it's saying to itself, we're not going to have every project decided on a project-by-project basis that can be easily overturned by, the politics in the room, basically. It's like, we know that protected bike lanes are safer, especially like K-rail protected bike lanes on Encinitas Boulevard or something, that actually truly fully protects the cyclist on high-speed, high-volume places. And having some of those best practices or even just those visionary practices that other cities are doing, I think that would really help us as a city to have those that happen automatically. And recognizing that it might cost a little bit more, but when we were doing an improvement on that road, we would need to put that in. So I'd just like to encourage the staff to find those best practices and look at them to the extent possible. So any other comments? I know staff has a robust number of comments from the council on this topic. This is one of our top priorities.
I would say is that my colleagues said it already, but just what does the city need to do to be able to get an electric shuttle, and how can we plan for that? Because I think so many of the issues, beach parking and students going to school, could be alleviated by the city being the leader on bringing folks together for a shuttle.
Great idea, which we've talked about a lot of times over the years. Yeah. Okay, so now, thank you. I think we'll conclude that item. Or do we have any public comment?
No.
Okay. So thank you very much for the update, and come back to us again with the next draft. Okay, so we have no council-initiated items. Does anybody want to share anything under their 1, 2, 3, 4 report?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Joy.
Be very quick. And Joe reminded me just this morning, and I didn't bring my notes with me, but so Joe could fill in the gaps. But we had a joint facilities meeting with the San Diego Water District and Santa Fe Irrigation District. A few things to report on. They have a master plan that they have just developed in 2021 for 10 years. It projects about $52 million worth of work, and they've been running about $5 million worth of new work every year in the past 10 years as well. They predict they do not need any new facilities in the joint facilities, but most of their, because they have enough capacity, but most of their budget will go to repairs because they have very old infrastructure, the Badger plant, they're doing a lot of upgrades there, and some of their other infrastructure. We are currently in a situation, and Joe, you might remember the actual word that was used, the term, but we're at a deficit as far as our local water. We're not tapping into our local water out of the Hodges Dam right now because it's below the level. What was that called?
It's below our storage level.
Just below the storage level. And so we need to wait for rains for that to refill, but this is a seasonal, this is because we're in this season, and we also have a limited capacity that the dam can only contain a certain amount, and it's a limited amount now because of the repairs that have been documented that it needs for seismic upgrades. And so speaking of that, the Hodges Dam, they're looking into what those upgrades need to be. They're currently looking at a plan that will stabilize the dam. And they have a 10-year plan that's probably going to be somewhere around $300 million to do the comprehensive fixing. And they have currently 6 different alternatives for how to comprehensively fix the Hodges Dam. And one of them is actually to build a new dam, which I was surprised to hear. But as far as cost, it was comparable with some of the other approaches. And let's see, the only other thing I have to present is that they are working towards energy management improvements in their CIP, and they've got those identified. So it was good to see that they've got them identified and they're working in that direction, energy management improvements.
Can you be sure to bring that report to the Water District next week? It's a Water District
Yes.
sort of item?
Yep.
So, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
That's a good idea. Councilmember Mosca?
Yeah, so that was a really good comprehensive approach report. I would just add one other thing, which is the Lake Hodges. So the consultant for the city of San Diego, who's the lead agency on the improvement to Lake Hodges, so that first consultant produced about the 6 different options that was submitted to the state dam safety. And then the next consultant will start to narrow that list down and start to do the all-important NEPA and CEQA analysis on this, and that will narrow it down to the environmentally superior option for this, which may actually be a brand-new dam, so we'll see. The County Water Authority, this has been prioritized as one of our most important projects in terms of lobbying the federal government and the state for some money, and so we will try our hardest to get as much money from external sources to pay for whatever it's going to cost to do. But there are also near-term repairs to this, which are going to perhaps be in a $1 million range, I think that they were saying. So, but that's it.
Okay, thank you. Did you need to make a report?
I do have a question for the city manager or a comment. The mayor mentioned the K-rail stretch of Encinitas Boulevard, which I think you mean under the bridge?
I mean, I just think, no, it was theoretically, like along Encinitas
doing
Boulevard.
that, okay.
Yeah, where there are no driveways, because it's high speed, high volume.
Well, mostly I was interested in what's happening with Luigi, the street sweeper that goes in the bike lanes, because I rode in that one that goes under the freeway bridge, and it was lots of stuff there. So maybe since that's just right by Calle Magdalena, that they can swing over there every once in a while.
Luigi's job is never done.
No, it's not.
Is the sand sweeper being used? Do we know?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, definitely it needs to get, I mean, that's like right next door to where Luigi lives. So that's,
it's
clearly
just
that
right
should
in
be.
his backyard or front yard, one of the two.
Yeah.
So tell me where
It's Encinitas Boulevard underneath the 5.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
okay, I got you.
Yeah, both of those get a lot of just kind of stuff that gets in there, and it's not visible from the street. So I only see it because I've been out on the bike every once in a while.
Okay, city manager report, city attorney report, city clerk report.
Just really quickly, I'm going to let you know and follow up that we're going to be bringing to you an update and settlement information relative to the opioid litigation in December, so that's coming.
Okay, that's good. No city clerk report? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.